No time to waste. We got work to do. Time to get started. It's late. What up, folks? Ooh, look a little blurry. Sorry I didn't put on my anti-blur makeup today. Let's see if we can... Better? Not quite? Let's toy around with this for a second. That's alright. Let's put it colder again. That's okay. Alright. I'm Know Nothing Attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything. So let's learn. What we've been doing the past few nights is very slowly, as we get chat engagement, we focus more on the chat engagement, but we have very slowly been investigating the sexual assault allegations against Donald Trump from all of his accusers. That is, at least the accusers before the Epstein files dropped. I haven't seen everything to come out of that. Hey, it's my mod. It's Maddie. Hey, Maddie. How you doing? It took me a while to get the kiddo to fall asleep tonight, so that's why I am here later than usual. She took a whole goddamn hour. But I hung out, as I do. Yeah. Especially when, you know, you put them through a divorce, you gotta do the extra effort as a parent to make them feel loved and supported. So if she wants me to hang out until she falls asleep, I'll do that until she doesn't want me to do that anymore. She's in the double digits now. I'm sure she'll quit soon. Anyway. Back to researching. Unless Maddie's got something that they want to put forward tonight. Maddie, remind me, do you prefer she? You prefer they? I don't know if I ever got the preferred pronoun. Shay. All right. Shay's fine. I had a real bad crush on a girl in 9th grade named Shay, and the closest I ever got to like having a real conversation with her was when I threw a wad of paper at her and it went into the trash can and I yelled, "Ricochet!" I did a good job. That's how you win them. Alright. Swap it over. Man, Maddie, I don't know if we've... Amazing! Who is that guy? I can never remember his name. He's such a piece of shit. Come on. Come on. Come on. What's this guy's name? Jesse Lee Peterson. Yeah, that's the guy.
You never heard of me. I have heard of you, Mr. Peterson.
You did?
Yes.
And so haven't I shown I love black people?
You have shown that you strongly.
How many days?
Oh,
But you never heard of me.
I have heard of you, Mr. Peterson. You strongly despise black people.
By doing what?
Saying stuff like the great white hope.
But I
You're
call
the first black man I've ever heard say something like
the
that.
Great White Hope. I have T-shirts that says the Great White Hope.
But I gotta ask you a question.
Also,
Stacey.
listen, you didn't know this about me. I called Obama the fallen Messiah.
You don't like Obama either.
No, I like Obama. I just don't agree with his politics.
Okay, I can rock with that. You don't think he did anything positive for black people?
Who?
Obama.
No.
Nothing?
Not 1
Not
ounce
nothing?
of it. He's married to Big Mama, and he's afraid of his wife.
what?
Peterson. That's blasphemy.
But you never heard of me.
He's
I have
married
heard
to
you, Mr.
Big
Peterson.
Mama?
You did. You watched my shows before?
A little bit, unfortunately. Yeah.
Unfortunately. Why unfortunately?
I don't know if there's like an increased risk of brain cancer or what happens if I expose myself to too much of this, but
Well, at least you're saying amazing.
yeah, I know it's already, maybe it is, I don't know, a pathogen or something. I'm already infected.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing. Amazing. They do
Amazing.
it to no, it was just a question.
Amazing.
Amazing. Amazing. Amazing. Amazing. Amazing. Amazing.
Amazing.
God, how old is Destiny in this video?
Amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing. Amazing. Amazing. Let's go.
Amazing.
That's amazing. Amazing.
Amazing. Amazing.
Amazing.
Destiny.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Video game.
Amazing.
Oh, amazing.
Amazing.
What do you say about that, Destiny?
I hope I kill myself before I even get halfway down that road.
Amazing. I'm not gonna hate it. I love it. My moderator does what my moderator wants. We're setting that as a law now. Once there's two moderators, it becomes complicated. Hey, any chance you know anything about the law? Oh, I might know something about the law. Search for IQ. Which law? God's law? Man's law? The natural law? The law of thermodynamics? I have a bunch of questions. I feel like I have been through a lot of situations I was misrepresented or just denied. Or flat out lied to by judges. I feel like I'm gonna need some more details on that. But welcome to the chat. Search for IQ. Give me a second here. Okay. Search for IQ. Your account was made at a very interesting time in history. Your account was made in April of 2020. And with a name like In Search for IQ or Search for IQ, I don't know, you strike me as somebody that was hunting for problems, but, you know, maybe not. Benefit of the doubt. So for instance, I was attacked by police and it was recorded by a bystander who offered the video to me. At the time, I did not have access to email and I went to court. Okay. Is that legal for the judge to say in the interest of... Oh, the judge was made aware of it and told me if I were to try to collect that evidence, I would go to jail for witness tampering. Okay, give me a second here. Okay. Attacked. Oh, I need this up. That doesn't seem to be working. What? No. Up here. That says attach. Should not say attach. What the hell is going on here? Hello? Need to fix my shit. There we go. Let's fix that. Fix that. What? What? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I can find it. There we go. Put it right there. Nope. There we go. Okay. Attacked by police. Recorded by bystander. We'll do SIQ. Attacked by police. Bystander offers video. Video. Did not have access to email. Went to court. Okay. Judge aware of... I'm gonna have an issue right here. Judge aware of it. Don't know what that means. If SIQ to collect... God dang, dude. Is it legal for the judge to say in the interest of my own discovery I would go to jail? I assume that we're going to say if witness tampering, then SIQ to jail. During the proceeding, there was a sign on the door, and the transcription people, whatever they were called, were supposed to be typing verbatim the proceeding, and she was on her phone. Okay. I mean, technically, they don't type anything verbatim. Let's just throw this whole thing up here for now. I asked if she knew how to read because she was supposed to be transcribing the proceeding, and asked how she could do if she was on her phone while it was ongoing. She just looked at the judge. They sort of looked at each other, ignored me, and proceeded as she put her phone away. The judge was aware that a bystander recorded it and offered me the video. So what was the proceeding that you were at? search for IQ. Maddie, I'm talking to somebody in YouTube chat right now that they're asking me to help them understand something that happened to them in a court proceeding. Oh, I don't have everything up here. The judge was aware that a bystander recorded me being attacked by the police, which is why I was there, and he told me I would go to jail for witness tampering if you were to collect the evidence. Alright, so the issue here is that we are involved right now in criminal procedure, and criminal procedure is not even a class that I took, if I remember correctly. I don't think I took a criminal procedure class. UT doesn't require that you take. It requires that you take I think a second criminal law class. And it can be criminal law 2 or criminal procedure. I think I took criminal law 2, if I'm remembering the requirements right. That doesn't mean I can't research it. What I will probably have to do, like the problem we're running into is my lack of familiarity with criminal procedure and your lack of familiarity with court proceedings. So we are trying to we're trying to reach a middle ground where neither of us knows what we're trying to reach for. It was after I was thrown in the middle of the road and punched in the face a few times by the police. I spent 3 days in jail. I did speak to an attorney. He told me I had a case, but he would not take it because he was scared of the police. It's an interesting attorney. After I was thrown in the middle of the road. What led up to being thrown in the middle of the road? I'm not sure to what degree it could have any bearing on the outcome of what we're looking at, but it might be helpful to create a command prompt stating that you cannot give official legal advice. Sure. Yeah, I do need to I need to make some commands soon. I need to do kind of a bit of an overhaul, but I will make you aware, search for IQ, that nothing that I give you is advice as to your personal situation. What I can do is take facts, consider them, determine what law is applicable or that I can determine may be applicable. I am probably also not licensed to practice in your state. Anything that we look at is just a consideration of law's applicability to the world as it is and not to any particular case. And I was going to say something else on top of that. I am not taking you on as a client. It's a bit of a story. I'm expecting nothing but hoping for something. Search for IQ. Are you able to jump on Discord and have a voice chat? Conversing is always easier when we can just hear each other. Cool. You can find the Discord channel in the Discord link both in the channel description and the stream description. In the meantime, I'm going to do some preliminary investigation, see what I can determine, see if there's some concepts that I am familiar with in criminal procedure that would make more sense to me when I know what it is that we're touching on. Okay. I do have a Discord channel. Maddie, you don't know I have a Discord channel? That's what I need. That's what I intend to talk to people on. So you just click on the Discord link. There will be a rules section that asks you to review the rules, make sure that you agree with the rules, and then you can jump in the voice chat link or the voice chat channel, and I should be able to bump you up to on air. How does my mod not know I have a Discord channel? A puny, weak, pathetic Discord channel that is only getting off the ground now. How do you do it from your phone? Well, you probably have to get the Discord app, I assume. I'm not sure what you mean. I can give you the Discord link in the chat, if that would help. There you go. That should be able to get you there. We're just chilling. I don't have stream elements yet. One of my plans for tomorrow is to do some back of house stuff to like fix up some Discord, fix up some Twitch. I'm supposed to be in a Twitch affiliate now. So I need to be prepared to be a Twitch affiliate. Also, I just have to brag for just a second. I'm pretty sure that my ex-wife tried to stream Dead by Daylight for a good several months and was never able to make Twitch affiliate. So, that's nice. Let's see. What are the requirements? You need 25 followers. You need to stream 4 days in a month. Got 28. Let's go. You need to stream 4 hours per month. I've got 74. And you need a minimum of 3 average viewers on 4 different days. No, it said 25 followers, not 50. I'm there. I am an affiliate. The night that all the trolls came in, all the trolls, it was like 3 of them. The night the trolls came in and gave me multiple accounts, like that was the night I hit the threshold. Kick over Twitch, really? Maddie, search for IQ recommends Kick over Twitch. Next goal is TikTok. Somebody today told me that I should do Twitter Spaces. Oh, yeah. AI sucks. AI sucks. That's why we always start with AI and then move to the actual sources. Kick is for skeevy money laundering. I don't really trust Kick. From the little I know, doesn't seem like my community, but maybe that's why I need to reach out to them. Maybe I just need to make it one more simulcast that I do. Do they have Search for IQ? Do they have like a good politics platform over there? You have a bad experience with Twitch? What is your bad experience with Twitch? Hopefully it's not all the times that you got kicked from Twitch. Maddie, Search for IQ says that they have a solid politics platform. The one time you were kicked from Twitch, what did you get kicked from Twitch for? Going to stream and asked what the people were talking about because the stream was labeled not anything close to what they were talking about. Okay, that's your bad experience? Are you still trying to come up Search for IQ? Search for IQ, did you give me a super chat? I'm so confused right now. When? What? Yeah, you should just be able to join the channel, I think. Because your first message is from Search for IQ. Your second message is from Search for IQ with the little star, or the crown #1 symbol. I just looked that up and it said it means top super chat contributor. Now I'm starting to be concerned about the type of relationship we're developing here. I want to make it clear that I am not here to provide you any kind of legal advice for money. Search for IQ. Maybe? I haven't received any kind of notifications that I got paid anything. I don't know. Okay, it might... Let me check on that real quick. It might take a little bit to confirm that you are validated. Let me check real quick. Maddie, are you able to join voice chat now? Not that I'm asking you to, I just want to see like why Search for IQ is having a problem. Looks like it's locked. Well, it's supposed to be locked to anybody but validated people. Let me check the permissions here. Verified people. Oh, okay. Now it should work. Now it should work. Thought I had already fixed that. All right, search for IQ. You should be able to get in now. Okay. Let me turn off the music here. All right, you're currently muted, search for IQ. And just to be sure, I'm going to move over to on air and I will pull you up. Oh. 1 minute or so. Oh, that was you, Maddie? Okay. That would make sense. The name started with an M, so. I don't know how much we can help search for IQ, but I will see what more information we can get and what law I could suggest may be pertinent to you, such that you could look it up and do the research yourself, or ask an attorney about. I don't have any channels to type in. What do you mean I don't have any channels to type in? Oh, okay. They're all, okay. I see what's happening. They all need to be switched off of private. I locked down the Discord after the trolls came and did their thing, and then I changed all the channel permissions and I didn't switch it back to non-private on all the rooms. So it's just been sitting like this for the past few days. Shows you the level of engagement we have on the Discord, but with that, like with everything that I've got to start somewhere. Got to start somewhere, got to start clueless. Okay. Everything should be visible to verified people now. You are in. Okay, I'm pulling you up to on air. Hello. Can you hear me? You need to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can I get a name, age, and pronouns, please?
I'm sorry, you said what again?
Name, age, and pronouns?
Male, Trevor, and 36.
Okay. What preferred pronouns?
No.
Sorry?
No, I do not. Just normal. No.
You do not have preferred
Name.
pronouns, so you're okay with people call
No.
you he or she or they?
I mean, I'm okay with people just calling me my name, and then when referring to me, I guess he.
Okay, cool. Preferred pronouns, he, him. Great. Appreciate it. And you said, sorry, got off on a tangent there. Trevor, you said?
Yes.
Trevor, 36. And then I only asked this because it is pertinent to the question. What state or jurisdiction are you in?
New York.
New York. And what was the general time frame of this occurrence?
Ooh, this was actually quite a few years ago. This was, I want to say, 7, 8 years ago.
7 or 8 years ago. Okay. So generally we do more debate and general conversation on this channel. I try not to get into personal legal details too much. I'm happy to get personal with people, but I do want to clarify, you are aware that I am not going to give you any kind of legal advice. Anything that I say to you would just be general legal inquisitive curiosity, such that I could understand the relevant facts of the case. I could understand what issues may be involved. I cannot guarantee that I can brush on all the issues, but if I understand some of the issues, I can direct you to certain parts of your state's penal code or maybe other aspects of the civil code that you could look into yourself or ask an attorney about. Other than that, I can talk about general
Yeah.
legal principles. I just want to make sure that now that I've told you all that, you agree that you understand that you are not receiving legal advice on this call.
No, I do not. I'm not in search of I'm in search of more like legal opinion, I
That's
guess, or outside perspective. But yeah, I understand.
that could definitely be interpreted as legal advice. So anything that I tell you is more my just curiosity, and it would not be me making any suggestion about what you should do. And I want to make sure that's what you
Okay,
understand.
so I'll just rephrase that, and I'm really just honestly looking for just like outside opinion.
Sure, I want to make sure you understand that what the words I need from you is you understand you are not receiving legal advice. I am not recommending anything to you.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. That being said, the extent I've kind of already explained it, but the extent to what I can give you is I can try to get a better understanding of what's going on, and then I can look up your state's code, and I can point you maybe to some things that might be relevant. I don't know if I can even get that far because
Right.
the story you've described so far is kind of out there in terms of my understanding of the legal world. Though I have no experience in criminal procedure, I have no experience in criminal court, so you should know that as well. But
Okay.
okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm really not expecting that. I'm just, just hoping for the best. But like I said, I'm not expecting anything. I'm not,
yeah.
I
I just
agree with
gotta
what
do
you're saying.
CYA.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I'm really, like I said, I'm really just trying to get an outside opinion because it's really hard to get any kind of opinion, to be honest.
Okay. And I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be able to give you one because, like, my immediate look into these subjects, my assumption, I will go ahead and tell you, like, from my perspective as an attorney, knowing what I know about the law, my perspective on what you've told me so far is likely a miscommunication between the judge and the person involved in the hearing, such that the judge did not do a good job of explaining what the judge intended to convey, or the individual receiving that information from the judge had different understandings of how the law works and didn't understand what it was the judge was telling them. That's what it seems to be so far, but I'm happy to hear all the details so that I can better understand.
Okay. So yeah, I just ask, just I'll try to be respectful. It is kind of a little bit of a weird situation that I was in, and I just
It's okay,
ask
I'm
for
a
the
weird
same
person.
if that's possible. Yeah, I guess. So, it actually started, um, before that. There was an incident that kind of preceded that. Um, I was actually staying at a homeless shelter,
Okay.
and I was there, and one of the staff members there, I have a beard. I'm a man. People can tell that I'm a man. Like it's, you can just tell when you're looking at a guy or when you're looking at a girl.
Well, if you want to get into that, you're gonna derail this conversation. I would tell you that just because somebody has a beard, you cannot tell for sure that they are a man or a
Okay.
woman.
Okay. Well, I mean, just I'm pretty sure they could tell I'm a male. They have it on file. They knew that I was a male. They know I didn't have any like pronouns or anything like that. They were aware of who I was.
Okay, the shelter was aware that you are a cis male. Got it.
Yes. Yes. So, what had happened was, one of the staff members at the shelter, um, I felt like he was trying to harass me. He told me that I looked like a girl and he should start calling me Barbara. I wasn't even in a conversation with him. He just randomly, I like walked up towards the desk and he had said that to me, and it irritated me. I didn't understand like why he said that. So like a few days went by, and I was just a little, I was just upset about the situation. And I had bought some washable spray paint from a store, close by. And I wrote on the window with the washable spray paint outside of the shelter, in quotes, what he had said to me, which was, I look like a girl and I should start calling you, or you look like a girl and I should start calling you Barbara. And they ended up calling the police on me. And the police came, they ran outside and threw me against the wall. You know, I
The
dropped
police
my
ran
spray.
outside of the shelter?
They went to the shelter and they were talking to or no, I think a police officer was already there when it happened, because they do have like police that are there on standby. And I'm pretty sure
Okay.
he saw. So after I had bought the spray paint and I was outside, after he said that to me, I'm the police officer saw me finishing the like last quotation mark of what I was spraying on the window, which was what the staff member had said to me. And when he saw that, he ran outside and he tackled me against the window and threw me on the ground, started yelling at me, brought me inside, just started yelling at me, didn't really ask any questions. He told me that I could go to jail for up to 3 years because I think he said I was like vandalizing property or something, and I could go to jail for 3 years and
Hold on.
all
I'm
this
gonna need you to
stuff.
back up here in just a second. I just wanted to clarify for other people who may see the stream. These are things that an attorney has to worry about, you know. There we go. Let's move all this down. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Back to they called the police and the police went out to you. Resume
So
from
they
there.
didn't actually call the police. The
Right.
police were already inside and
They
they
called the
saw
police
me
on
spray
site.
paint. No, they didn't call the police on site. That was a mistake on my part.
Oh,
The police were already, one of the police officers were already inside, and it wasn't specifically for me. They have them inside, like on standby, because it's a
right. I just
shelter.
mean like they were on site and they were like, "Hey, police that are on site, this thing is happening."
No, they didn't say anything to the police because they saw me
Oh, the
as I
police
was
saw you.
writing on. Yeah, the police saw
Oh,
me from
okay.
inside as I was spray painting the window. Um, and he ran outside and threw me against the window, threw me on the ground. I dropped my spray can. He brought me inside. He proceeded to tell me that I could go to jail for up to 3 years for I can't remember exactly how he worded it, but it was like vandalizing property or something like that. And I I was trying to tell him, like, you need to understand what happened. Like, did you even read the message? I didn't do this just for no reason. Like, I had a reason why I did this. And I told him what the staff member had said to me. And they ended up calling the staff member down and they spoke to the staff member and they were asking him if what I was saying was true. And the staff member admitted that he had said that to me. Then he ended up leaving. He walked away. And I was already in handcuffs at that point. And then the police officer, all of a sudden, it went from me possibly going to jail for up to 3 years to me being told that he was going to release me and give me a court date. And I had to walk away from the mission, from the shelter, but I had to leave through a back entrance because they didn't want to give the people who were staying there a bad idea, like I was getting away with a crime.
Okay.
And they said that I would not be allowed at the shelter for a 30-day period.
Okay.
So I walked away. I was unhandcuffed. I left. I walked away. I think like 2 or so days had passed. And I kind of have like, I've had bad experiences with the law. Some, my own fault, and others I believe not my own fault. My mother actually passed away a few years ago, and when the police came, I had to go back inside because they wanted me to write down some information. And when I had went inside, they were like taking pictures of her body, and they were all like smiling and like laughing and like making jokes and stuff, and that really upset me. And I just kind of started
All right.
yelling at them.
Forgive my ADHD. You said a couple of days had passed, and what occurred?
I'm sorry. So a couple of days had passed. I went off on talking about something else. I'm sorry. A couple of days had passed, and then I was homeless. I was staying at the shelter, so I was doing things that homeless people do. I don't know if you're familiar with what flying a sign is.
Not in those terms. No.
It's when like a homeless person basically holds up a sign and they're asking for money.
Okay, then I am familiar with that. Not in those terms.
Okay, yeah, we call it flying a sign here, but I was doing that. But I wasn't asking for money on the sign. I was more so upset about the situation that had occurred with the staff member at the mission. And my sign said, I have PPTSD, post-police traumatic stress disorder caused by physical assault and police misconduct. And a police officer was driving by and saw me holding that sign. And they got out of their car. She got out of her car. It was a female officer. She got out of her car and she ran towards me like she was going to attack me. And I was kind of like just in fight or flight mode, and I wasn't about to like fight a police officer. So I ended up crouching to the ground and I like held on to a guardrail, and she like kind of pulled me off of the guardrail, and there was another police officer with her in her car, and she threw me off the guardrail, and then she swung me into the middle of the road and tripped me, and I landed in the middle of the road, and one police officer sat on my back, and she was also on my back and proceeded to punch me in the face about 6 or so times. And the whole time she was just yelling like, stop resisting, stop resisting. And I wasn't resisting. I was scared, and I grabbed the guardrail, and then I got ripped off of the guardrail and thrown in the middle of the road. So all of that happened, got punched in the face. They took pictures because they attacked me. So they took pictures. It also happened in front of a COPS camera, which is a criminal observation and protection system camera. They're cameras that are outside, usually at like lights and, high traffic areas. And I went to jail for 3 days, and they released me and they gave me a court date. And about a week went by, and I was walking by the same area that had happened at.
Did you say about a
And a
week went
random
by?
person, about a week, yeah, about a week or so went by, because
Okay.
I was in jail for 3 days,
Right.
and then I got out. They gave me a court date. I think it was like a month from then.
Okay.
And then I was in jail for 3 days, and then I was out for like maybe 4 or so days. And then I happened to be walking by the same area, and just by chance, a random person came up to me and told me that he saw me being attacked by the police, and he had recorded it on a camera. And he asked me if I wanted the video of me being attacked by the police, because he said that he didn't think that it was right what he saw. So I didn't have access to like an email at the time, so I had no way to retrieve the video footage. So I told him no, and I didn't take any contact information or anything like that. And about 3.5 weeks went by, and I went to the court date. And when I went to the court date, that's when everything that I explained in the chat had happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I was telling, I didn't have an attorney, it was just me. And I was telling the judge that a bystander had recorded the incident. And I was also questioning why none of the police that attacked me, I asked like why none of them were there. So he could get like their side of the story.
Uh-huh.
And he ignored me, didn't respond to me.
So
But
the neither of the officers that were involved were present?
yes.
Okay.
And so when I let him know that a bystander had approached me and told me that he recorded the incident, he cut me off once I said that, and he told me that I could not go and collect the evidence because if I were to do so, I would go back to jail for witness tampering. And it just kind of confused me because I didn't have a lawyer. None of the police were present.
Why didn't you have a lawyer?
And I tried to get a lawyer. And the one lawyer that I spoke to, so I spoke to a lawyer and I also spoke to a legal aid society. And the lawyer that I spoke to, I explained everything that had happened, and he told me that he said that I had a case, but he didn't want to represent me because he was scared of the retaliation that could possibly come from the police, either on him or either on me. So I spoke to a legal aid society as well, explained the same thing to them, and I don't know what the heck they were on about because they told me that the advice they gave me was that I needed to find somebody who was generous. And that was all they said to me. Like they didn't say anything else other than that. And I kind of just like left because I had no idea what the heck that meant. Like I was going to them for like legal advice and they told me that I needed to find somebody who was generous and that just confused the crap out of me. And so, yeah, that's why I didn't have a lawyer during the proceeding.
Doesn't New York assign you a lawyer if you're in a criminal proceeding?
I mean, that's what I thought. That's why I was confused. It was me, and then there were like two other people for separate cases that were in the room.
Mm.
Like there was no lawyer. It was just me there. And I also, like I said, I
You're
had,
saying there were 3 unrepresented people in the room?
yes, two others, three including me. So I'm just very confused because I just have questions. You know, I just was wondering, like, why don't I have a lawyer? Why aren't the police here? And
But
then,
why does
like I
hold on?
said,
Why does the story end there? What happened after that?
so they dismissed my charges and they said that I shouldn't have even been in jail for 3 days. And that was
The
it. They
judge said
told
that?
me, yeah. And they dismissed the charges, and then they also told me that I was not allowed at the shelter for a 30-day period. And I was homeless at the time. So it kind of like affected like my ability to get like services.
Well, first off, it sounds like you've been through some rough shit, and I'm really sorry that you've been through some rough shit. And I will also say this is not specifically for you. This is something that I tell everybody who comes in my stream. But in case you need to hear it, I'm proud of you because you have gone through a lot of shit, just like everybody's gone through a lot of shit, and you've got your own shit that you've been through, and you're here today. So I'm proud of you for coming through all that.
I yeah, I appreciate it. I'm listening.
Sure. No, I'm collecting myself. Ari Herdefgod. That's not a promising name. What's going on, Ari? Welcome to Twitch chat. Welcome to Know Nothing Attorney. Okay, give me a minute and let me see what I can determine about the law from the state of New York here. So if you are not like So I'm going to ask questions along the way. If you were not allowed to present evidence, but your case ended up going in your favor, what's the basis for your question? You just wondering what happened? Are you like seeking justice against a judge who did something wrong, despite the fact that in the same proceeding they said that you were not going to go to jail?
I guess I really don't know what I'm seeking. I'm kind of confused about the situation, and I'm wondering how, like, a judge can legally prevent somebody from collecting evidence on their own behalf while they're not being, like, represented by an attorney, and chalk it up to witness tampering, because my assumption is that, like, everybody has the ability and the right to defend themselves, especially if evidence is, like, offered to them.
Well, I don't know about the whole witness tampering thing. That's an issue. Ari, I would love to talk to you about gender in a minute if that's something that you would want to discuss. I keep in mind I'm not keeping track of what debate topics are up there when you are reading them and responding to them. So you need to let me know specifically what topic you are having an issue with, and then we can talk about gender. And I don't know if Search for IQ wants to have a discussion about gender after this. I totally understand if you want to bail after this conversation. Gender happens to be something that I know quite a bit about. Well, Maddie will take you up on it in the meantime, Ari. Okay. One thing I was going to say though is, so we're talking about we're not talking about evidence in your possession. We're not talking about evidence that's in the state's possession. We're talking about evidence in possession of a third party. And in addition to that, it seems you're saying in the same proceeding where the judge said that you cannot bring you cannot seek out that video. You're saying in that same proceeding where the judge said that, the judge also said there will be no further charges, there will be no further punishments. You are just not going to be allowed at the shelter for 30 days. Is that correct?
So yeah, he said, yeah, and he also said, I will go to jail for witness tampering if I were to go and try to collect that
Right,
evidence.
right. I understand that part. I'm just making sure that the determination was in the same hearing as the statement about witness tampering.
Yes, and I was told that I'm not gonna have anything against me. I just have to, like, not get in trouble with the police for X amount of time. I can't remember how long he said.
So
And he said that I am also.
I'm wondering if what happened here may have something to do with the fact that the judge had already made the determination of what was going to happen in this proceeding, and that the determination did not require any discovery. It did not require any further evidence. What was required of the judge as a matter of law had already been determined. And so the judge was like, there is no need for further evidence. So if you go seeking out a third party individual, that could be incorrect. Now, saying witness tampering is a totally different thing, but I'm just wondering if this was the intent of what was being said, and there was a something missaid, misconstrued, or I mean, a judge could always do something just totally wrong, but that sounds like something that could have been what was going on. So let me continue.
Yeah,
Let me continue looking over here. You can go ahead and talk to me. It's fine.
yeah, I feel like it was something that was, like, missaid on the part of the judge, because my position, not knowing much about the law, but a little bit, I think I know, I guess, is just I didn't understand why he proceeded to go on to say that I would go to jail for witness tampering. And then also, the police had taken pictures of me after I was attacked. So I'm wondering, why would they even have taken pictures if it would be something that would not be allowed within court?
Hit me with that question one more time.
So after I was attacked by the police,
Mm-hmm.
they had taken pictures of me after I was attacked. So I'm just kind of confused as to like why they would even have taken pictures if they would have not allowed it in a court proceeding. Because to me,
Well,
that
in
seems
that
like something
case,
that they would do to kind of just like act like they were being like, you know, sort of like a farce. Like we're taking pictures to protect you and to protect us, but
so
then
the
they're
police
not
took
even
pictures of
allowed.
you after you were brought in.
Yeah, they took pictures right
And you're
after they attacked me.
okay, well, I think to answer your question, I could ask you the question, what do you think would have happened if you had brought a case against the police?
I don't know.
They would want
I
that
don't know.
evidence, right?
Did you say they would withhold the evidence?
No, they would want that evidence.
That's what I would assume. I would assume the judge would want that evidence, especially if it was something that was collected by the police, because what reason would they have to take pictures if not to provide it as evidence in court?
Right. So that a legitimate reason for that could be some person is in a scuffle with the police. The police are aware there was a scuffle. The police are aware there were injuries. So the police take pictures of the injuries. That way, if that person comes back and says, I was in a scuffle with the police, they broke 2 of my ribs, the police will have those pictures to point to and be like, there may have been a scuffle, but there were not broken ribs. That did not happen in this incident. So
Yeah.
if they have perfectly legitimate reasons for taking pictures of you that have nothing to do with your case as it was then. That's not to say they didn't do something wrong. I have no idea what happened. But
I mean, that makes sense to me, but it also doesn't make sense to me because I feel like the only reason they would have those pictures would be to kind of like further defend themselves and not uphold the law, because I don't feel like I should have been attacked and
oh,
thrown in
for
the middle of the
sure.
road and punched multiple times.
If things are as you said they were, then absolutely you have no reason to be attacked. And I'm generally against the use of state force anyway, but um yeah, I mean, I'm sorry that happened. It seems like the best I can tell you is like they had a reason for collecting evidence on their side, and when it came to your court proceeding, it was likely that you were raising the issue of evidence in a situation that did not call for evidence, and the judge was shutting you down immediately and may have overstepped in what they intended to say or what they should have been allowed to say. They may have overstepped and were just like, you don't need evidence. You should not give evidence. Don't talk to anybody about this because this is over. You don't need
So
it.
I
Leave
do
people alone.
I do feel like I do kind of have the sentiment that he did overstep in saying the whole like I could go I would not even could I would go to jail for witness tampering if I were to try to
Right. I'm
collect
just reluctant
evidence.
to like opine on that specific statement because I don't know that statement was made. All I have is like your story about what happened.
Yeah.
So the best I can take from your story is this is what these 2 people were talking about. These are the 2 things I would expect. I mean, these are the things that I would expect those 2 people to want to represent to each other. And that's the best guess I've got, considering that I don't have any further evidence of what was said.
Right. And it was also like it was also not only do I feel like I mean that was kind of just like I'm not gonna say like not a legal thing because I'm not 100% sure, but just something
Mm-hmm.
that I disagree with. I did also mention the fact that the police officers who attacked me
Mm-hmm.
were not there during the proceeding and they had taken pictures of me. So I made the judge aware that the police had pictures and he he just completely ignored me. He didn't even like respond to me saying that. He just ignored me the same as he ignored me when I asked the person who was transcribing the proceeding why she was on her phone. Both of those times when I said both of those things, he didn't even respond, but they were I mean, she was aware enough to know that I had said that as well as he was. They heard it. And that was I mean, kind of apparent because as soon as I said that, she put her phone away and looked at the judge, and the judge looked at her, and then they kind of just moved on and didn't even respond.
Yeah, I mean, overall, like the lack of the police involvement in the proceeding, the way the judge just shut you down, the way there was no evidence involved at all, the way that the like court recorder just was not involved. At some level, all I can assume was your case was already decided, and there was nothing more that needed to be done, and the judge was like just wanting to get it over and done with, and willing to, from the judge's perspective, shut you up and just like please stop talking, I want you gone. That's probably the judge's attitude in that case. And there may have
Right. And
there
like
may
and
have
he
been
even
things
said
done that were
though,
not per se legal. But I don't know that.
and he even said like I should not have been in jail. But then he also upheld the me being banned from the shelter for a 30-day period. So it was
Sure,
just
I
confusing to
I
me.
imagine the judge is able to make that call just based on the I man, this is where I don't know about.
It's just so
I don't know about New
confusing to
York
me.
criminal law, but it's possible the judge may be able to make that call just based on the testimony of officers involved.
And yeah, it's also confusing to me though that like there when you're staying at a shelter, there's so many, different types of people with like different types of like mental health issues or drug abuse issues. There's so many different types of people at a shelter. So to me, I would classify those people as people who are kind of like they're susceptible to things that normally like an otherwise normally like mentally stable person would not be susceptible to. So I'm just kind of confused as to like why it would even be okay for a staff member to tell somebody that they look like a girl and they should start calling them Barbara. Like that's just very confusing to me. And then it goes further to like I'm
Well, I
not the
think
one
the
who said
obvious
that to
answer,
myself.
if I may, I think the obvious answer is it's not okay. I imagine like anybody who'd be running that shelter either wouldn't be or shouldn't be okay with that. And I don't think you
Right.
would
And
find a lot of people that would, stand up for that kind of treatment of a person that was in need of a homeless shelter.
right. And one of the attorneys that I spoke to, also told me that, because I was in the process of like I wanted to sue, like open a civil suit, or just like I didn't know what my options were, so I just let him know that I kind of I felt like it was wrong and that I wanted to sue them, but I had no idea if it was possible or anything like that. And he had told me that because it's a shelter and they're a
Mm-hmm.
charity, that they can pretty much do what they want because it's a charitable service. And that doesn't make sense to me either because that's like
Well,
basically saying you have to accept abuse at a shelter. How I interpret it is you just have to accept abuse at a shelter because they're considered a charity.
I imagine that would depend on whether it was a state-run organization or a 501c3. Um,
Right. I'm
and,
unsure of that.
and then depending on the state, like a 501c3 would have different obligations. Some, if they want to be like tax exempt, they would have to not discriminate based on certain aspects. And I'm sure that that behavior could be seen as discriminatory against people of a certain sex or gender. Though somebody could be rude about that without being discriminatory, they would just be rude on that basis, and I would still consider that to be uh, discriminatory in that nature. But if it is legitimately a private organization, and especially if it's not a 501c3, if it's just a charitable organization that doesn't qualify for tax exemption, then yeah, they can treat you however they want as long as they are not violating your rights, and you don't have a right to not be discriminated against based on whether this guy thinks that you look like someone who is a woman or should be treated like they are one, either to be rude or to be objectively minded.
And even if I was a woman, people shouldn't say. I'm under the belief that people shouldn't, because that felt very instigatory, and I wasn't even in a conversation with him. He just decided to like come up to me and say that to me just like out of the blue. I wasn't even conversing with him.
Yeah, I sometimes shitheads are just shitheads. I'm sorry I went through that. I don't know that I've got anything further to say about your case. I hope it was at least helpful to some degree. I don't know how much I could help, but are you doing okay now?
I mean, I'm okay, I guess. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like I'm a little bit like sensitive to issues involving the police, just because I've had a lot of like bad experiences with the police,
That's
and
fair.
it's hard.
ACAB,
It's
man.
sort of like I see a police officer and like I want to be like, this could be a good person. Like I'm not trying to talk crap or anything like that or like be
Mm.
discriminatory, but just like on a mental level, it's so hard for me to like if I see a random police officer,
Right. I
like
mean, and this is something I say on my
50%
channel,
of
like
me wants to be like they could be a good person.
for
But then
sure.
like the other 50% of me is like trying to not walk by them and then just say something like, I hope you didn't kill somebody today. Like, you know what
Yeah,
I mean? Like
I
not in
definitely get you. Like it's something I've talked about multiple times on the channel. Like the left is really bad at messaging, and so like I would agree with the statement ACAB, but I also don't think that all cops are bad people.
no, I don't
The
either. But
like
I feel like
all
when
cops are
I speak
bastards,
to
but that's because of the role, not because of the person. The role is an exercise of state power against individuals, and that is what the statement all cops are bastards is about. So like
right,
cops are scary. They aren't scary people, they have a scary job.
right, and I get that, but there's always just something else that's just like, oh, but at the same time, it's not a justification, and like that's not gonna make it any better. But it's just like, like I don't have any ill will or anything
Oh,
like that
sure.
towards the
Yeah.
police.
I mean, the
It's just
solution, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
it's just like eh, it's one thing for like something like that to kind of like affect you and like happen one time, but like things like that have happened multiple times.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, especially if
I,
you're
I
facing homelessness, then that you're likely to be on the wrong side of the law from the law's perspective more often than
right.
your average citizen.
And is it okay if I share one more story? This is way shorter. This is
Sure,
like
like
way, way
this is
like
yeah, this is a safe space. You're going to be supported here.
so. And I want to say 2000. Let's see, 2025 now. So 2017-ish, something
Okay.
like that.
Is
I
this something I should take notes on, or are we just chatting?
No, this is just chatting.
Okay.
This is just me venting, I guess, a little bit. Like
Okay.
I said, I'm not like necessarily
Oh my
trying
god.
expecting any kind of like answer or anything like that.
Sure. I guess my point of view is like I can't give legal advice, but what I
Yeah,
can do is offer what I hope I can do is offer some level of legal knowledge because I think that we are all entitled to a certain level of legal knowledge, and we are being failed by the state in that. And I think
oh,
we're being failed by my profession in that. I think my profession does a very thorough job of hiding the ball from the public. There are
and
some
yeah,
people who do better, but
yeah, and as like an add-on, as an addition to that, like I have the experience of not knowing exactly where to go to get an attorney, and I feel like a lot of people are in a similar situation. They kind of feel like they're not sure where they can get an attorney, or they feel like they'll have to pay a lot of money to get one, or the ones that they don't have to pay that are provided to them won't do as good a job as one that was paid. I feel like a lot of people are like in that position.
Well, you can
And
always demand your constitutionally entitled, like you are constitutionally entitled to an attorney. So you can make that demand of like the police, the judge, etc. You say, I have not yet had access to an attorney. I need an attorney, um, and I don't want to proceed without one. That
yeah,
is a right.
I mean, and right now it's just like it's a little bit too late
Right,
in
for
a
this
sense.
case. Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Um, but I mean, yeah, it's just it's so the
Maddie,
system is
if
just
Aries gonna piss
set
you
up.
off, you don't have to continue doing it in the chat. We can do it. We can do it vocally. Hopefully, Aries willing to come up on voice chat. Um, sorry, go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, so like just to like real quick like spin off like just speak about what you were just speaking about. You know how your kind of viewpoint of like the failures a little bit or lack of support where it should be at. Like as an example, like I called a courthouse once a few months ago, and I was trying to get kind of some kind of legal advice, and I was just like I had no idea where to go to get legal advice because I've tried to do it online,
Yeah,
and before you even get legal advice, just a lot of people just tell you nothing against you, but similar things to that you're saying. And these are like, bar associated lawyers and stuff. They'll just say like, I can't basically give you legal advice
we're very
in their own
constrained. Yeah.
words. Yeah. And I've went through that so many times in searching for lawyers online.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, I've called a courtroom before and I was asking them how would I get access to a lawyer, and they told me that they're not allowed to give me any kind of advice on that. And they said unless it's a criminal case, and I was like, well, how do you even know what kind of case it is? You're just right off the bat telling me you can't give me any kind of source as to where I can get adequate representation. And they
Well,
just kept
this
telling me
is
that
something I wanted to note just a minute ago. Is your right to an attorney extends only to cases in which the state is seeking to use its power against you. The state cannot use its
yes,
power
yeah.
against you unless you have entitlement to an attorney. So I wanted to make sure that's clear. So that would be criminal cases
No,
only.
I understand that like on a legal level, but it's so constricting to somebody who's trying to get legal advice. You would think that the
Right.
place that you would get legal advice or at least sources for it would be a courthouse. And that just wasn't the case when I tried. And they did give me one bit of advice. And the bit of advice they gave me was to search for one online. But the issue with that is I have done that. And like, I want to say 90% of the people that I spoke to online,
Mm-hmm.
when you search for lawyers online, like on Google and stuff, at least in my experience, like 90% of the people that you speak to, they are they ask you for like your social security number and all this like personal identifying information before they even like let you speak about like what you went through. And to me, it's just like that's so just backwards because I don't know if somebody's like pretending to be a lawyer and then I'm giving them my social security number. Like that's just so weird to me.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a while since I've had to try to do that myself. I did have a situation where I when I moved into an apartment complex, I talked to my psychiatrist about the the required what do they call those? Like there are darkening panels on your windows to like help the apartment
The tint.
complex not have the tinting so that there aren't as much there isn't as much demand on your air conditioning. Um, and from the apartment's perspective, at that point they also want to have uniformity. And I was talking to my psychiatrist about it, and like I was having like a severe case of like the level of darkness from the tint was like it felt like the walls were pushing in on me. Like I've got PTSD, and he prescribed me having the apartment complex make a reasonable accommodation for me to not require me to put those tinting panels up. And they just stalled for months. and I tried to talk to attorneys about it, and I remember I had a very difficult time getting anybody's help on anything on that too. It sucks.
Yeah, and that's why I say like I feel like this isn't just like I feel like a lot of people are in that situation on broad degrees of what they're trying to like get help with.
Yeah, I think there needs to be more readily available information for lay people. I think it's absolutely horrific the amount of legal obfuscation your common person is forced to deal with.
Well,
There are a
and
lot of
they're
people out
at
there that think
such
that
a
like
disadvantage
what?
just because of the fact that like people expect lawyers and people within the legal realm sort of they have like one up on people who aren't in that realm because
Yeah.
they even have terms for people who don't know the law, which is from what I understand, I believe it's like layman or something like that.
Yeah, I mean
And
that's
it's
somebody
like
who
how
doesn't
can
understand
you
anything like from any perspective.
yeah, and it's
Like a
almost like
scientist would say a
it
person is a
feels like an
layman.
insult.
No,
Yeah,
no,
because
no,
if
no,
like
no.
if somebody
That's not
doesn't
what
know about the
layman
law,
isn't an
then I
insult.
feel like yeah, I feel like you're kind of if somebody doesn't know about the law,
Mhm.
then you're kind of like keeping them in the dark by not allowing them the ability to like know about that,
I
if
agree
that
with
makes any
that, but
sense.
layperson isn't an insult. It's just saying like people who don't know stuff that we know, and like that
But it
is
feels like an insult. I bet a lot
it
of
feels
people
like
feel
it
like it
feels like an
feels like
insult
an
when they
insult.
don't do anything to help you, like that for sure.
Yeah.
Like if I had my way, and you know,
It's like the
part
legal
of
way
what
of
this
calling somebody dumb is what it sounds like.
yeah, I mean it's not just the legal way. It's like any field where like you have to have specialized knowledge. If you don't have that specialized knowledge, you will be referred to as a layperson. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
uh, like I'm sure mathematicians are like, you know, lay people, like people who don't know that like there's all these complicated layers to math that people talk about. Like the
They're not
you know,
as astute as us.
lay people who read biology textbooks in middle school and they go because it's in a middle school textbook that means it's what biology says things are, and you're like, no, that's not what biology textbooks say. That's just what middle school ones say, and more complicated ones go into greater detail, and not getting the full picture.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what it feels like. And I feel like a lot of people are kind of just like they have rights, but just so many attorneys don't really tell them what their rights are. They don't make them aware of what they are.
Right.
And a lot of it comes down to they just don't want to represent you for whatever reason.
So I had started to say like part of what this channel's purpose is the lofty goal of one day advocating like for a constitutional convention, to get left and right to agree on polity positions, not on policy positions, so that we can fix the way our government works. And I would love for there to be a change made through a constitutional convention that requires there to be publicly accessible, like base level, if it not advice, information. There needs to be somebody giving people legal information. There are too
Yeah,
many people in this country that think that um was it cancel culture
because
is a
they paid
violation of your
for
first amendment right. Like that's not how rights work. There are people who don't know what a civil court even is. There are people who don't know that there are juries in civil courts. There are people who don't know what the word tort is. I didn't know what tort was before I went to college, and I considered myself to be a pretty like educated person. Tort's not a common word.
right.
Do
Yeah,
you
I
know
see.
what
I
a
don't even
tort
know what
is?
tort means.
Huh?
I believe that I've heard the definition before and I used to know what it is, but I've since forgotten.
Right. So like when you're in a criminal case, who are you up against?
Um, Probably, I'm assuming the court system, to be
The state.
honest.
Well, I mean, the state is
Yeah.
also you're not against the court system. Technically, the state is the opposing party in the court system. So
Or
it's like you
federal,
versus the
right?
state. Huh?
Or federal, or is
Well,
that state when you
when we
say
say the
federal?
state, we're talking about a governmental power. So the
Okay, so that
states
would be
are
like
the
federal
state. The
statute.
federal government is also the state. Um,
Okay, okay.
Technically, America is a union of states in like the strictest terms of they are independent governments. Like they have constrained themselves to a contract that they can't back out of. Um, so in a civil court, you're not against the state. You are against just another person, and neither person in a civil court can charge each other with a crime. What they charge each other with is a tort. I am bringing you to court for a tortious action you committed against me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a civil crime, basically.
Okay.
But not enough people even know that, and I feel like that is base level knowledge that every person should have access to.
Right. It's yeah. I just feel like a lot of attorneys do. They kind of just they almost feel like entitled to the knowledge that they should be giving to people for free based on,
Ouch.
like retainer fees and their degree and their perceived like perception of themselves and whether or not they like want to take a case.
Ouch. How could you say this of me?
I'm not, no, I'm not, I'm speaking like I'm speaking in general.
As a profession, yeah. I get you. I'm with
Yeah,
you.
I'm speaking in general, just like with just a lot of the attorneys that I've spoken to, and it's yeah.
That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. And hopefully this isn't the only time that you come by the channel. Hopefully you stick around and you can hopefully gain some more legal knowledge that you wouldn't have gotten from somebody else.
Yeah, I'll try to. I mean, yeah, I like to, like I said, my name is Search for IQ, and it's not a troll name. I'm very much like I like to build my knowledge base. If that makes sense
I
on a lot of
love that.
different.
I don't know. I doubt you heard my spiel earlier, but like my sign on and my sign and half of my sign off on this channel is I'm know nothing attorney. I know nothing, so you can too, because it's only when we embrace that we know nothing that we can actually learn something. I am
A
happy to
level
admit
of
to be
humility.
wrong. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want. Like, not only to show as a representative of my own profession that doesn't do that very much, but I also want to inspire that in other people because I think one horrible thing we're facing these days is the internet, and the internet has taught people that they aren't allowed to accept not knowing stuff. You're
Right.
forced to
That's
have an opinion on everything.
See, and I kind of struggle with that because I'm a hard-headed person and I think I like know a lot, but like I also understand at the same time like if you don't have some level of humility, you really have no ability to like learn something new or learn a different perspective.
Hell yeah. I mean, I used to be a fundamentalist Christian conservative up until 2019-ish, I would say. So I have changed
I
my
love
mind in my life.
I consider myself I consider myself what I believe other people view me as, which would be like a liberal, I guess. But like I feel like that's just because when I say something that I believe in, 90% of the time it seems like a Republican or somebody from that side is kind of just like going on an attack and like calling me a liberal.
Ooh.
But I feel like my values are I really don't believe in the whole like back and forth thing. I feel like there should be like a common ground and people shouldn't just like identify as like somebody who's like just this or like just that because that's what it keeps it like blue team versus red team and there's just like no everybody's focused
Yeah.
on winning, nobody's
Yeah.
focused on like a solution.
I would say that we are currently in a weird time in our politics where, as I put it to my ex mother in law when I told her I didn't want her to be involved in my life anymore, she's welcome to see my daughter, but I don't want her involved anymore. What I told her was there are certain things that have been politicized that didn't used to be political. And I said, I'm not the one. She accused me of cutting her out because of politics. And I said, I didn't politicize decency. So there are some things that we can't find middle grounds on. But my hope is that,
Hate all the offensive like new terms that they come up with to try to like insult people like libtard and snowflake like when I hear people saying those things it like just
I mean,
irritates me because it's just like you're just making a new offensive language just because you want to overuse that statement when you don't agree with something you might not even understand.
yeah, my friend has fully embraced the term libtard and he wants me to do so also. I'm like, I can't get behind that, if only because I hate any
To
kind of
me that's
slur.
basically the same thing as calling somebody a retard,
Yeah,
and I don't use that
I don't even
word,
like
but you're
hearing that word.
also
It
kind of
makes my skin crawl.
Yeah, you don't you're and then you're kind of like using it to kind of like over accentuate the fact that it's because of their political beliefs by adding the word lib in front of it.
Right. And when did it become a problem to like discuss political beliefs? Um,
Yeah.
but the one that I understand snowflake and it's very fun. I do call somebody snowflake sometimes when they want their personal feelings to demand what other people do. I'm just like, okay, snowflake, it's fun. I get it. I get it. I've adopted it, but only in those
See, I get it,
contexts.
but then I'm just like a snowflake
I
is
wouldn't pull it
supposed
out
to
of my
be
pocket for any other context. It would just be when talking to a conservative who wants to enforce their values on other people.
like I get it, but like I look at a snowflake and I'm just like a snowflake is like weather and it's supposed to like highlight the beauty of like individuality.
I
And then like
appreciate
when
that
you use
viewpoint.
it in like the negative way, it seems like you're basically just being like you're being too emotional. I don't know why you're being too emotional and like now let me like attack it. Like
Yeah,
that's what it
yeah.
feels like.
I just like to point out hypocrisy. That's all. I also like I mentally crushed my father, and it was the first time that we had ever had a political debate where like I finally proved that I knew more than he did about a subject, and at the end of it, I just pulled out, oh, so it's just a fifis argument for you. That's where you're at. You're just coming from fifis, and he didn't like that, and he left.
I
um,
get it. People would just get emotional about their politics, but like it also gets to a point where like on every side where it becomes just like very abusive.
yeah. Well, okay. I want to ask Ari something real quick. Hey, Ari, can you stop talking about poop and shit in my comments for just a second? Um, are you willing to come up on voice chat? Yeah, I looked over at chat. I saw what was happening. Yeah, I've got Discord. Discord is in the channel description. I would hope it's in the stream description also. I don't know. I can copy paste it here. Um, well, Trevor, if Ari's willing to come up and discuss gender, then I would like to be able to do that. That is not the link that I just copied. What is going on there? And so if Ari's willing to come up in voice chat, I'd like to give Ari the chance to speak. Do you have anything you would want to close out with? Brief comments before we go?
Um uh
And I mean, you can stick
no brief
around
comments.
until Ari shows up in the waiting room, and you can just hang around all night.
Okay, no brief comments, but I would like to share that one very small story,
Oh
if
man, I
that's
forgot we didn't
possible.
even get there. Oh yeah, sure, sure.
I'm sorry.
No, it's cool.
Um,
Like I said, we are proudly ADHD on this channel. We will skip all over the place.
so in about 2017, I've made bad decisions in my life, coming from a good place, but in my heart, but not for my brain. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and like when I was like homeless, during that time period, I ended up getting a place through service that my city provided, and I met somebody on the street, and this kind of goes into like a little bit of like PTSD that I've had, and kind of like questioning the system a little bit.
Sorry to hear that.
And I
PTSD
invited him
sucks.
to stay with me. Sorry,
I said I'm sorry to hear that. PTSD sucks.
it does.
Yeah.
But yeah, I invited him to stay with me, and he stayed with me for I want to say like a month or two. And I didn't really know him. I was just trying to like just be a good person. And then I kind of realized it was sort of a mistake, because he was like using drugs and I was trying to get off of drugs. I wasn't using with him, but there were times where I would like walk into my house and he would be doing drugs and I would just leave to not instigate any kind of situation. And one time I was at my house and he had came into the house and he had a bunch of burglary tools with him. He had like a bag and like gloves and boots and a crowbar and just all these like very suspicious items with him. And he told me that he had stolen a bag of money from a business that he used to work at, and he threw it over the fence of a canal near where we were living at the time. And he wanted me to go and help him find it. And I didn't want any part of that. I ended up calling the police. And when I called the police, the 911 operator just cut me off when I said what I just said to you, and proceeded to argue with me and told me that he didn't believe me and he wasn't going to send somebody out because he didn't believe me. And this person, so they never sent anybody out. They ignored my call, ended up hanging up on me. I didn't end up going with the person. He left, and then he came back a few weeks later. Then he disappeared for about a month. And I lived in like a complex, so there were like multiple apartments. There was like 2 levels and there were multiple apartments. And somebody came up to me and they showed me a news article. And they were like, pointing it out, and they were like, "Wasn't this your roommate that was, staying with us?" And I looked at the article and it was my roommate. And he actually had murdered 2 people at a place that he used to work at. And I'm just completely baffled by that situation because I feel like I made the effort to call the police and let them know that he had burglarized the place, and they told me they flat out didn't believe me and hung up on me, and then he went on to go and kill 2 people.
I mean, if that's the way that things went, like, first off, that freaking sucks. I'm really, really sorry. You tried to do the right thing. And if that's the way things went, then it sounds like it's just a failing of the justice system. There's so much wow, I just lost my word entirely. Discretion. There's so much discretion on the side of law enforcement, and they can act on any evidence they want to. They can prosecute whatever they want to. And in your case, it sounds like they didn't do what they should have done. Ugh, your breath stinks. Not you, Trevor. My dog.
Well, I mean, yeah, that just, no really point or question, or I'm not looking for any kind of answer to that. It's not even like a question I have, but it's just,
Well, I appreciate you
you
for
know,
sharing your story. I think
yeah,
it's worth hearing when those things happen, when people face those kind of difficulties with, especially with our civil servants, and especially when they are among our most vulnerable at that time. You were in a rough spot, and when people are in those situations, they kind of need the help of our civil servants. It sucks.
it seems like to me that it would be illegal for somebody to like flat out tell somebody over a 911 call that like they can't help them based on whether or not they believe something.
I think that would be
Like
based
I feel like
entirely
that
on New
puts
York
the
law,
public
so I
at
couldn't
risk.
speak to it, but I mean, I doubt it.
Yeah.
I mean, they might be failing what their employer would prefer they do, but I doubt that would be literally illegal for them to do. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm no nothing attorney. What the fuck do I know? All right. Well, Trevor, thank you for coming up and sharing your story with us. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about some really, thought-provoking stuff.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for just listening. Like I said, I wasn't expecting an answer, and I appreciate you just taking the call or whatever.
Well, I mean, I hope it was a beneficial experience for you. I hope it was worth calling in, and I hope you stick around.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. All right, I'll see you around, man.
Thanks, Search for IQ. And if you find your way back to Twitch, be sure to find me on the Twitch channel. That's where most of our chat happens.
Banned from Twitch, so I'll find you on YouTube.
Ah, damn. All right.
All
Peace
right.
out.
Have a good night.
You too. What's going on?
Yeah, how are you? I'm good.
Sorry for the wait.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Can I get aim name, age, and pronouns, please?
My name is Tim. I'm 21, and he.
Cool. And in case anybody ever wants to argue, you're talking to me, why can't you just use my name? I was literally talking about you to Trevor, so it is helpful to be able to know somebody's pronouns. I had to keep using gender neutral pronouns because I didn't know whether you were a he or a she.
Yeah, I get that. So
Yeah, I wasn't accusing you of not understanding that. I just do hear that on debate content sometimes. People are like, why would you need to know my pronouns? I'm like, it's literally helpful. Like,
well, I think the point is with them, they're like already hear the
oh my
voice.
god,
It's like an insult to them. It's like saying to them, you sound like
we just lost
so
OBS connection, by the
in the
way. So
middle
we're not
between.
being streamed at the moment.
Really?
Yeah. OBS is reconnecting. It'll take us a minute, but I mean, we can shoot the shit
It
for
went to
just a second.
black and then back again. Like I can see you now. So
Oh, on Twitch. Oh, right. But
yeah,
last night I learned I need to close my chat and reopen my chat. So give me just a second here.
yeah.
Maddie, can you hear us? Okay, and what was the subject that you particularly wanted to debate on? Was it a formulation in the debate topic slides, or did you have your own way to formulate it that you wanted to bring up?
It said you believe in gender. It said.
Okay, yeah,
So
yeah.
it's telling me that I believe in it.
That's the only debate content I have on my YouTube channel so far. I've got a 3-minute short, and it's the only one up there.
By the way, just to start about the he him thing, right? The reason why people don't like it, it's like if you're just chatting in a text channel or something, then sure you can ask that, right? But if it's in a voice call, asking it is like the equivalent of going up to some black guy and asking him, "Are you black?" It's like that. You can see he is. It's the same with the voice call. You can hear it's a man. There's no way there's a woman
That's
with like a male
literally
voice,
not
right?
true, my guy. Like there are women with deep voices. There are people even you would consider women with deep voices. It is literally not possible to know anything about their sex or gender based on their voice.
Oh, come on.
It is
Maybe there's weird exceptions where there's
no
like
no no
one
no no
guy
no
where
no.
you can't tell.
Tim, I'm not trying to make any arguments about what is typical. I could make an assumption and say typically somebody with this deep of a voice would be a man, and I would most likely be right in the vast majority of cases. But in the slim margin that I would be talking to a woman with a deep voice, I would rather not be disrespectful, and I would like to ask up front. That way I don't have to, I'm not
I've
calling to
never.
attention the fact that their voice sounds the way a man's voice would sound. And that way I'm just being like, no, you sound like a woman because that's what you are. It's just respectful.
Sure, I would say it's not only the pitch. There's more to the voice to recognize than the pitch, right? But either way, like
I think any
that's
example
such
you
a
could come
rare
up with, you would
thing.
find that there are women that sound like that.
That's such a rare thing. It's like the equivalent of, well, there's albinos. Maybe the white guy is black. He's just an albino. Who knows? So let's ask every white guy whether he's black, because maybe he's just a black man with albinism, right?
Right. And
It's like that kind of stuff. You don't have to
something
ask every time for the exceptions. They can deal with it. That's their problem, I guess.
they can deal with it, and I can also be respectful. That's it.
Right, but
Like that's the
it's a
whole of the
bit,
thing,
a
my
bit
guy.
over the top. Like,
Like
do you ask for race too, or like,
no,
or like,
because we don't have denoters in our speech where we say different things to people based on what their race is. Or at
well,
least I
let's say
don't.
you have a certain political discussion that has to do with race and stuff, like police violence or something. Will you ask like every time you see some guy in your panel? Let's say he has his camera on. You can see he's white. Will you ask every time, "Are you a black guy with albinism by any chance?" So I can
I mean,
take care of that.
if we're having a conversation about race, I might ask what race they are because them having pale skin doesn't tell me what their race is.
Wouldn't you assume that they're white if they look white, and then like
I
the
mean,
exception?
I can assume
Yeah,
things. I can also recognize that I can be wrong in my assumptions, and I would rather not make an assumption. I would rather just ask the person.
sure, but I think such exceptions, like it's rare, and when it happens, they can just say, "Oh, by the way, I have albinism." I don't like
I can already see
that's
a
the
pattern in our
problem people
conversation
have
here,
with.
Tim. And I just want to make
Yeah,
sure that you understand that when we talk about these things, I'm not making any claims about changing what is typical. That is not something that I am
yeah,
up here to
sure.
do. I am not trying to embrace greater things to the understanding of the typical. I am just looking to be respectful to people who are members of classes that are atypical and not treating them like they are not members of that class because they aren't the vanilla version. That's it.
Sure, man. Like, I'm pretty chill. I don't get annoyed easily. But there's like people who get pissed because they're just kind of tired of every time they join. Like, what's your pronoun? What's your pronoun? Like, they get pissed.
Did those people get
Uh,
upset when they're asked what their name is?
well, no, because that's like a more usual thing, right? But this is a more
Referencing people
like
by pronouns is a daily, like,
yes,
it occurs
but
in probably every conversation you
having to
have.
ask isn't. Like 99% of the world doesn't ask that ever. They
Yeah,
just like
if
they
you
look at
don't,
you or use your voice, and if they're wrong, then you can tell them, and that's you have to deal with that. Like
yeah,
that's how most people function, you know.
sorry, I need to get used to the idea of not looking at chat and responding to chat when I've actually got somebody voice to voice. I don't often have people voice to voice, so this is fantastic. Thank you for coming up on voice chat. For some reason, a lot of people are shy about coming up on voice chat, and I say for some reason, especially with me, because I'm just an extremely friendly person. I'm not going to be like hounding you, and I'm not going to be rude. Um, So you say it's not common in most places, but then again, I'm just going to come back to saying, sure, that level of respect isn't common. That doesn't mean that I don't think it's appropriate to be respectful. And so I would like to know, like I would like to know someone's name so I don't call them the wrong name. And when sometimes I ask people to repeat their name in case I forgot it, it's the same thing to me as asking what their pronouns are. If I'm going to refer to this aspect of who you are in speech, I want to make you feel welcomed by me. I want you to make you feel considered by me. So I want to know these details about you so that I get them correct and
Yeah.
I show you that I am interested in who you are as a person.
And another thing, by the way, like most people, the fact that you literally say "what is your pronoun" instead of just saying "are you a man or woman," then like that's already to most people will think I don't believe in that, right? Like I don't think most people don't think there's a separation there, so they see you as like a weird person for asking that in that specific way, right?
Well, I hope that we can change that because asking what you prefer to be called, like that is literally the same thing as like a name. It works the same way.
Well,
What do you
most people don't
prefer to be
see it that
called?
way, right? Like, it's the same thing, in my opinion. It's the same thing as I don't ask you, do you prefer to be called beautiful or ugly either. I just say what I think is the case, right?
Well,
That's how I
except those things already
look
have
at it.
value built into them. So of course the person would prefer to be called by the thing that they perceive to have value. He and she are not
That's
intended to be things that have value built into them.
I'll use a different example. That wasn't the point. Like
Okay?
black or white, fucking ginger or blonde, whatever, right? Like to me, those things are the same thing as he or she. He just means like third person male, and she just means third person female, right?
Like
So
do you
most
like
people,
sports?
yeah, yeah, sure,
You do?
yeah, like watching or playing.
Watching, like following teams.
Yeah, I sometimes watch football, but I like the gym. Yeah.
Do you have a team you like?
You know Ajax.
I'm sorry.
You know Ajax.
I don't
You
know
know this.
Ajax.
It's
See, and
the
when you
Netherlands.
say football,
Yeah.
my mind immediately jumps to like uh
Oh, no,
yeah,
no. I mean
right.
like the white ball with the black
American football.
dots. That one.
Right, 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 right. Association rules football. I so care.
But the point is, right? Most people don't think in terms of this sex and gender separation, right? So when they hear you say pronouns
Sure.
instead of just man or woman, the first thing that they think is snowflake, right? That's the first thing that comes in their mind, right?
Well,
Like that you instantly
I
give away
hope to
your cards,
change
basically.
I hope to change people's minds on that so that people see
Yeah.
it not as this person is a snowflake and more as this person just seeks to be respectful to other people, because that's
Let's get into
literally
that,
all it
right?
is.
I had a conversation with Maddie, right? Like I
Hmm.
asked, what does woman mean according to you? So
Well,
she asked, well, what is
well,
it
how about
according
we
to you?
confine our conversation to you and me, because I didn't follow that and I don't think we should just recap the
Okay,
whole
okay.
conversation.
I want to ask you the same question basically. So what do you think? What do you think woman means? If it doesn't mean adult human female, then what is it?
Then what is a woman? A woman would be a person who identifies with their own personal schema on the sociocultural aspects that are historically aligned with the female sex.
Okay, so there can't be a masculine woman then, right? Like there
There
can't be a
definite
woman that doesn't align with that,
there definitely
according to that
can
definition.
there definitely can be a
Okay.
masculine woman.
Okay, so
Um,
that then it doesn't have to align with the social and cultural associations of women, right?
well, no, if I believed that they were forced to align, then I wouldn't believe that gender and sex would be disjointed concepts. I could still believe they're separate concepts, but I believe that trans people exist so they can be misaligned, not misaligned, but
No,
not
no, that's not
not
what I
aligned.
mean. I mean, what if you have a transgender woman that's masculine? Then what?
A transgender woman who is
That's
masculine.
masculine. Yeah.
Well, so you're introducing some complicated structure here. So transgender woman who is masculine, that would be first we have to look at biology. So you are saying that this person
Yeah, it's a
is
male
male.
that says they're a woman, but they're still masculine. They want to be a tomboy, basically,
Now
but
hold
they're
on.
male.
We're gonna address all the layers. So first we're gonna say that they are male. So that means they either have an XY chromosome pairing, or they have an XX chromosome pairing that has an active SRY gene, or they have an some karyotyping, but they also have a predominant male representation when it comes to other features we measure, such as gonads or genitals or hormone levels. Um, they fall somewhere under the one of the two large curves on the bimodal distribution chart that would say this person falls under the male category. We're at least together on those terms, right? It's not an on or off
Sure,
switch. It
yeah,
is a
male.
person that
Yeah,
has just a certain number of characteristics that would make them fall under the category.
sure, yeah, fine.
Okay. So now they're male. This person also has a personal schema on what sociocultural aspects align with the people they are told men are or what women are. And an interesting thought that I had recently that I realized that we all go through this as kids. As kids at your youngest age, you don't know about karyotyping. You don't know about internal genitalia. You don't know about hormones. You don't know about all this shit. Um, but you still learn what men and women are. And so as
Hmm.
a kid, you are having to create social groups in your head. You're going, these people are men, these people are women. I remember being incredibly confused in second grade when a person that I knew was a girl had very short hair. And I was like, this does not fit the schema. I am confused. I thought this person was a girl. Why do they have short hair? That is how simplified a kid's mind is when it comes to gender groups. So they are organizing this. They are being taught this. They are asking questions.
Yeah,
They go, I know what a woman is. It's a person with long hair that takes care of children, that does this. Like all these roles are what a woman does. And then as soon as they see something that's confusing, they go, hey mom, hey dad, I thought this person is a woman. They have these characteristics that I would consider to be a woman, but they have this one thing that makes it confusing. What are they? And so every time this happens, the adults have to step in and readjust the kids' understanding of who falls into this category. And that the kid is developing this giant framework without having any biological concept. So,
So
it
you're
is,
saying that framework is what decides what you are, and not the biology.
well, hold on. That decides what gender you are, because gender is solely focused on those sociocultural aspects.
Okay, so what if you have someone who is a female and calls themselves a woman, but they're masculine in every way imaginable? They have short hair, they're a lesbian, they're whatever, they like chopping down trees and going to the gym, yeah?
Well, hold on. Let's get to this
Now
question.
what?
Let's get to this question. I think you might be still asking the same question, but I definitely want to address the question as you put it earlier. You said
Yeah, sure.
you said they are this sex, they are this gender, like they are a trans
A
woman.
masculine
They're a trans
transgender
woman who
woman,
is
yeah.
masculine. So we have in this case, we have a male who to them, they created these social distinctions as they grew up, as their mind developed. They saw this group of people and saw them as women. And they were like, that is the group that is me. I understand this group. That is the group I fall into. So I am a woman as I understand this group to be categorized. Now, as we grow up, we're going to introduce the complications of, well, where does biology fall into that? But most kids, by the time they're four, already have an idea of what gender they are.
Yeah, I get it,
So,
yeah.
so we've got their gender, we've got their sex, and now they're sitting here going, okay, there are these factors that I have determined from my experience are fundamental to womanhood. Is A, B, and C. Those are
Which is,
fundamental. Huh?
yeah, what do you think that is?
Oh, it doesn't matter what I think it is. It's their schema, because every person's is going to be different.
Right, so what if
Every
they
single
say
person.
that in every way they fall into the masculine category? They're a really masculine woman.
Oh, hold
Now
on, hold
what?
on. I'm explaining that. I'm explaining that. So
Yeah,
they have
okay.
A, B, and C. I have these core fundamental aspects of womanhood that makes me a woman. But on D through Z, I would say that I fall in the man camp on all of those societal features. All those things that most
Hmm.
people group with men, that's me. But I'm still A, B, and C, and those are the fundamental things. So I would still say I'm a woman, but I am also masculine in many, many ways. So it is in that way that a person can be both masculine and a trans woman.
Wouldn't calling them masculine imply that like the majority of their features like outweigh on the masculine side?
I mean, if someone calls them masculine, that is going to be based on their
Now,
own
what if
schema.
they call themselves masculine?
If they call themselves masculine, what's the question?
Yeah, wouldn't that imply that it doesn't make sense for them to also be a woman?
No, because
But they fall into the man group on the majority of things, right? Like,
the majority doesn't necessarily imply significance. They think there are core aspects of womanhood, and they align with those. It is all these minute things that they don't consider very important that they align with on the masculine side, and they say, so I'm masculine in all these ways, but in the most important ways, I am a woman.
yeah,
So
maybe
that's what
it's
makes a
easier if I
masculine
just
woman.
ask you for your personal view. Maybe that's easier. Because when I
My
hear
per-
masculine and feminine, I just think like they behave that way, and that's completely separate from man or woman. Like in my opinion, you can have a woman that's really masculine with hair and shit, and that's still a woman, right? Like, so what do you think? Like,
what do I
what's
consider to
these?
be masculine and feminine traits?
I mean, what do you consider to mean woman instead of feminine? Like
So you're
which are
asking
the
me
woman
to
traits and
define.
which are the feminine traits? Yeah.
So you're asking for my schemas on men and women?
Yeah, which one makes you a woman instead of just feminine?
Well, when it comes to schemas, I feel like there are two different questions here, and I want to make sure I understand which question you're asking. You could be asking Austin, Know Nothing Attorney, what what are your schemas on men and women? And I don't really see how that's pertinent. The other question is shit. now I've lost what that other question could be. Goddamn, ADHD
Yeah,
sucks,
I'm
man.
saying if you see someone, right, and you
Uh-huh.
call them a woman, which
Mm-hmm.
traits are you pointing out by calling them a woman rather than calling them
I
feminine?
know, I know, I know. The other question you could be asking is how, like, what factors are we as a society supposed to use to determine whether they are men or women,
Well,
right?
I mean like you, right? Like you,
What
because
do I
that's
use?
something I can actually ask you. Because with the other thing you say, like, oh, you have to ask them. Yeah.
So what I use would be on a level of respect, because each of us has our own schema. So I can't say that my schema is correct, and I can't say that another person's schema is correct, and there is no objective schema on which sociocultural aspects are supposed to be masculine and which are supposed to be
Okay, but
feminine.
what do you think though? Like,
I know, I
what's
know, I know, I know.
your
I'm getting
yeah
there. I'm getting there. I'm
your
answering
thing?
the question. And so what I use as the basis is, because schemas are personal, I rely on what the person identifies as. And the reason for that, I can get to that. The reason for that is because as part of your schema on men and women, always one of the one of the traits that is always in those groups is that they identify as that. So a person who identifies
Okay.
as a woman is going to include in their definition of womanhood identification as a woman as a sociocultural aspect. They can include
Right,
a
but
million other
that would be
things.
circular, right? Like
No, it wouldn't be
you're a woman
circular.
because you identify as such.
That's
It's
not
like
what circular
saying,
is.
it's like if I ask you, what's a dog? It's something that's a dog. It's like, so someone is
No,
a
no, no,
woman
no,
because they identify as a woman, but
no, no,
what they're identifying as
no.
means
That's
nothing
not it.
outside of
You're
that
still not
paradigm.
on it. You could let me
Okay, what is
explain,
it? Yeah, yeah.
because I didn't rely on that in my definition, if you recall.
Well,
My
what do
definition
you?
said if a person, their schema on their gender aligns with their personal schema on the female sex, that would be a woman. The sociocultural aspects historically related with the female sex, that would be a woman. The thing is this doesn't make it circular. It is just an aspect of identity. One of the things that all of those people have in common, and it may not even be the only thing, it's the only thing we can know for sure. The thing that they all have in common is one particular sociocultural trait, that being identification as a woman. So that's just the one thing that we can point to in every single case. That doesn't mean it's the one thing that makes them a woman.
Well, yeah, the schema thing is basically you're basically just saying you can make up your own definition, right? Like that's essentially what you're saying.
You can't make up your own definition, because we as a society know what sociocultural aspects are historically related with the female and male sexes.
Well, I guess you can make your own definition that only applies to yourself, I guess. Like that's
Well,
what you're
yeah,
saying.
every single person
Yeah,
has their
okay.
own gender. Like the majority of genders just fall under two larger umbrellas that are men and women. But every person's gender is going to be entirely different than someone else's,
Right,
because
but
your
you're
sociocultural aspects
you're
that you line up with men and women are going to be different than everyone else's. And you can't have a true Scotsman when it comes to this is what a man does, this is what a woman does. No one can do that. But that doesn't make
yeah,
it
so
not
you're
real.
not really defining it. You're just saying like they can do it, like that they can do whatever they want. They can define whatever they want for themselves,
I'm
I guess.
defining it. The issue is that it's part of identity, it's part of human identity. And so I
So,
can't decide that for someone else. That doesn't mean it doesn't have a definition, and that it doesn't matter, and that it doesn't exist. Those are all still true things.
right, another question for you, yeah? Why does this only apply to this and not to like every other concept, like species or race and all of that stuff?
Because what is a species?
Well, gender used to mean a biological thing, but they changed it. So the point is like
It
with
doesn't matter what it
species,
used to mean
why?
at all. What it used to mean doesn't
So
matter.
why can't we do the same thing with everything else? Is my question.
Because we can point to this as, like, there are studies on this that show that this is a thing that people experience. This is a real thing commonly among human beings that we all experience. We all have like relationships with gender. You could
Well,
make
we
up.
all have relationships with, like the thing you described about you being confused about some woman with short hair. Like it's
Yeah.
in my opinion, that's the equivalent of me being confused about a horse with black stripes painted on its fur and thinking it's a zebra. Like that's essentially the same thing in my opinion. Like you can have
Wait,
animals
hold
and you
on.
can confuse the animals
You're
because
saying that you could be confused that a horse that's painted with black stripes is a zebra? That might confuse you?
yeah, or maybe some animal just
Okay,
happens to
so
look
now
a
I
bit
have
like
to
another
ask you,
species or
what is
whatever.
a zebra?
Well, it's a certain species. Like I can get into the species. Let's see,
And then
zebra species name.
a member of
What
an organism that is
family?
a member of the species blank, right?
Yeah, taxon. Yeah, we're gonna get into like the family trees of animals and stuff, but whatever. Yeah,
Right. Okay.
you get
So
the point. Yeah.
what you have just proven is that I can be confused about a horse being painted with black stripes and think that it might be a zebra. But
Yeah, so does that now mean the same thing with gender,
can
that
I now do
species is a
research? Let me
social
ask my
construct?
question there, Tim. Let me ask my
Okay.
question. Can I now can I now do research on this horse that is painted with black stripes and determine whether it is an organism that belongs to the species, whatever the species name for zebra is? Can I determine that?
Well, if you define species as biological, then yes. But if you define it
Yeah,
as this social
exactly.
thing, like it's a zebra because I see it as a zebra, then no. Then you can just like you can make this
Well,
same
here's the fun
argument
thing,
like
Tim.
you have a stuffed animal that's a zebra and we call it a zebra, but it's really not a zebra because it's a stuffed animal. So if we can call that a zebra, why can't a dog identify as a zebra and then you can
The
go
fun
that
thing is that you
direction,
just
right?
admitted that gender exists.
Well, no,
Because
I'm showing you that you can have the same
you don't
like
think you did, but you
semantic
just
stuff.
did.
Like,
Because now I can demonstrate, okay, is this
by the way, wait a second.
is this creature a thing that socioculturally I would imagine may be a zebra? And do I want to give that a name? I could call that a different name. I could maybe call that a trans zebra. Great.
Or
This
you
is
could
a
call it. It just looks like a zebra, but it isn't.
Sure,
Like,
sure, sure.
it can't be.
We can say this thing is a thing that looks like it could be a zebra. We'll call it that. A thing that looks like it
Okay.
could be a zebra.
Yep.
Great. But now we can call it that. We have a term for it. It has a word. Hey, let's call it a brick. This is a brick. This thing is a brick, which is a thing that looks like it could be a zebra, and then I can do research on it and determine that it is also a horse. Now it's a brick and a horse. It doesn't mean it's just a horse and not a brick. It's also a brick. Amazing how
Okay,
that
but
works.
first of all, that's not really the equivalent of the transgender stuff, right? Like it's not like I think it looks like a woman. It's that person basically obligates me to say it's a woman. But
No, I tried
maybe
to
I
follow
don't
your
think it
example
looks
and
like a
come up
woman
with a
at
way
all,
that you
right?
could
Like,
socioculturally claim that it could be a zebra despite it not biologically being a zebra.
yeah, it just looks like one, right? Like, that's the point. It's a stuffed animal zebra.
Right.
It's that
So
it's
you
not
tried to
really
draw a
though. That's the point.
sociocultural line and a biological line. And by doing that, you
Uh-huh.
proved that nothing about the biological claim changed at all. But we also came up with a new word that meant a thing that we could point to outside the bounds of biology. Congratulations, you just proved that gender exists.
Yeah, I don't think that's the same thing at all. It just represents a zebra. It's like a painting, right? I don't think if you look at the painting and there's a woman on the painting, then
Mm-hmm.
oh look, that's a woman. I don't think that that's what you mean when you say gender. I don't think you mean that the
Well,
painting has
that's a
the gender
fun
of
one. How do
woman
you
if
know the
there's a
thing in
woman
the
on the
painting is
painting.
a woman? That's
Because it
curious.
represents one, right?
How do you know
It's
what it
what the
represents?
artist is trying to. It's what the artist tries to portray, right? That's the point.
How do you know what the artist is trying to represent? Isn't that the problem with art?
Well, yeah, sure. You
Isn't it
could
just
say
your
maybe
perception of what a woman
it's
looks
supposed
like?
to.
That so you perceive what a person is depicted as a woman. It could be as abstract
Yeah,
as
yeah.
possible, but you think, well, there are these certain culture, these aspects that I think a woman is. I can't test this thing. It doesn't have a
Yeah,
karyotype. It
it could
doesn't
be
have
the.
genitals. It doesn't have hormones. But there are certain things that I
Look, man,
associate with being a
it
woman
could
that
be.
I can look at this painting and determine that's what a woman is, and you could be wrong.
Yeah, it could be the wolf from Little Red Riding Hood in the grandma's clothing, or it could be a robot. But that's the same thing for literally everything. That's not like unique to woman and man. You can have
Right, but
a
you
rock
would
that has
you
a
would
guy inside of it,
recognize a
so it looks like a
representation of a
rock.
woman with no biological aspects at all.
Yeah, just like how I can tell the representation of a dog with no biological aspects at all. That doesn't mean that the painting is actually a dog, or that now like dog is this like fluent identity and we can identify as dogs if we look like them and wear
No,
suits and
because
stuff.
dogs
That's
have
insane.
qualities that we recognize that dogs must have, and we can see that depicted as a dog. You may also be wrong that it's a dog in the painting. They could have
Uh-huh.
there could be another thing inside it puppeting its arms, and you just wouldn't
So
know
why
that.
is there not a different why is the conclusion not the same thing that you do with women? Like why isn't now dog a social category? Because I can mistakenly think a painting of a cat is a dog or something.
Because when people make a claim about gender, they aren't making a biology claim.
Okay, so why can't we say that I can be socially a dog and not biologically? So I'm
But
socially a dog now.
what does socially being a dog mean?
Oh, apparently it means whatever I want it to be, whatever my schema likes from the dog traits to
So
be a
you would
dog.
say whatever sociocultural aspects a dog has?
Yeah, sure.
What are the sociocultural aspects of a dog?
Although there's a certain like behavior that's associated with the dog, like it's really attention bragging, and it can be aggressive and bark and stuff like that kind of stuff.
Are things that aren't that
Dog
dogs?
behavior.
Are dogs that aren't like that not dogs?
No.
So if a dog does not seek attention, it's not a dog?
Define dog biologically, right? But
Right,
if you
yes.
make it into an identity and then dog is a dog because it acts like one, then you get into these weird problems, yeah.
No, there aren't any weird problems because nobody has changed what the biological claims are. Nobody's
Yeah, then
changing any
it's socially
biological
not a
claims.
dog, but it biologically is, sure.
Okay, so no one would disagree with you about whether or not it's a dog.
Well, the issue here is, what if I identify as a dog, but I don't act like one at all? Now what? Are you gonna tell me that I'm not? Basically, that's
No,
the
you're
question.
not, because a dog is a biological claim.
Right, I said socially a dog. I say I'm specifically socially a dog.
Great. So if you're socially a dog, if
Uh-huh.
that were ever socially helpful, if that ever mattered to society, then maybe that would be helpful. If there were tons of research saying, yes, people in the world, adults, naturally have some kind of sociological reference to animals. And we could then,
Yeah,
if
they
we
do.
knew what they identified as in terms of being an animal, we would have so much more knowledge. We could help these people with different aspects in their lives. Like they would not feel like dejected as human beings if we didn't recognize that aspect of themselves, which we have no evidence of in the case of identifying as animals. Then yeah, it would be helpful to recognize that category. If there's a thing that exists in human beings, we can put a name on it, identify it, and see how identifying it helps us. Incredible. Hey, Maddie.
Yeah, so
Maddie, amazing.
you now get into the whole attack helicopter stuff, right? Like,
What is an
if his
attack helicopter?
sociological association is that of an attack helicopter, right?
What would you mean if you said you identified as an attack helicopter?
Well, the same with woman. You can make it's whatever you want it to mean, basically.
No,
That's
I
what
would
you
say
said,
that
right?
if you
You're
identified as a woman,
schematically
you are
going.
identifying with certain sociocultural aspects that you associate with the gender that is historically related to the female sex. That is a thing.
What if
That is a thing we
my
have identified. Those are characteristics that matter to people, and their lives are impacted by it. Research shows that it actually causes specific patterns in
Okay,
the
what
human
if my
brain.
scheme doesn't align with yours at all? Now,
What's that?
is that what if my scheme of what that means doesn't align with yours in any way at all?
It doesn't have to.
They're like a, oh, okay, so it can be basically anything you want it to, right?
What? Huh?
Well, it doesn't have to line up, you say, so it can be basically anything, right? Like
Well,
there's the sky's the limit.
except it would still have to be related to the woman gender.
Yeah, but
Otherwise, it
there's
wouldn't
no.
be gender. It has
How
to
can you tell if
associate.
it's related if you can't tell me what it actually like where the limits are?
So
You,
if
you
you
say,
if you
yeah,
said
okay.
if you said I identify as a woman because I think that 2 sometimes equals 3, then I would be like,
Uh-huh.
what you have just identified isn't a gender characteristic. You have not related that back to women. You have not related it back to a historical association with the female sex.
Right. Okay. You
So
do
you
have
have
some
identified
limits.
something that is outside the bounds of the conversation we're having. We could
So
talk
let's
about a
say,
different sociocultural issue, but like that's not gender.
let's say I like spinning in circles, and that's a social cultural association with a attack helicopter.
Okay, that's still not gender.
So can I be a trans attack helicopter now?
You can identify that. It's not very helpful to society to to acknowledge that identification.
Does that matter?
Yeah, it does. Because I can't get any information about trans attack helicopters based on your experience with liking to spin in circles. There's a ton of data that we can get from people based on their experience being transgender.
Yeah, it's not a data
It's called
point, is it?
utility. It's how we
It's a
use
person,
words.
right?
Huh?
They're a person. They're not like a data point for you to study, right? Like that. That's the.
They're a
I
person
don't
that.
see the
Are you
point in it.
kidding? Is that a joke? Is that an honest
Yeah, you
belief you
don't
hold
have
that
to
people
study
should not
them,
be
right?
studied?
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't get the point where, like, you're not allowed to do this because I can't study you. It's not useful for me to study. It sounds
I'm
like
not
odd.
saying you can't identify as a trans attack helicopter. I just have no
So you
interest
believe
in
in
that.
that too, or?
I believe that people can identify as whatever the fuck they want to. That doesn't make it a helpful thing to society.
Right. So you do believe in trans attack helicopters. You just think it's a useless thing, essentially.
It depends on what I mean by identifying as it. I believe that people have the capacity to identify as whatever they fucking feel like at any given time, but society is not required to acknowledge that.
What? So what does that make them? Does that make them a trans whatever they identified as at the end, like what?
That you would be like a trans object. You would be a thing that you
Yeah,
were
I
not,
guess.
that doesn't align socially with the thing that you were born as.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, sure.
Right. So now you've just identified something useless, whereas on the other hand, we have a lot of data on transgender people and see
Yeah,
that.
why is that more useful?
Why is it more useful? Because a huge
Yeah.
number of people experience it. It is validated by psychiatric associations, by like developmental associations, people who study like developmental biology. It impacts how the brain works. We can see how the brain is impacted by having like a
Yeah, how does it
transgender
make it
identity.
useful though? Like everything you just said applies to like depression too.
Well,
I don't see how
anytime we
that's
can
useful
gather
because
data, like data that what am I looking for? Why can't I think of the freaking word? Correlation. Anytime we can find correlative data for groups of people like that have something in common, that is, I would think that's inherently helpful, because then we can start to understand, well, what are the aspects that cause all of these people that have this similar trait to have similar this correlative data in this aspect of their lives. We can save lives, for instance, because people.
well,
Huh?
if the only utility in it is so you can study it to then, solve it, then it isn't really useful, is it?
I
It's
didn't
like
say
saying cancer
solve
is
it.
useful because then we can study cancer. Well, I don't get it.
Cancer? No, because we're not trying to solve it. We're trying to understand it. We're trying to resolve issues related to it. It's not a disease.
Right, so it causes issues, right? So it isn't useful at all. It
No,
just causes
it
problems.
can cause issues.
Right, so let's use another example. ADHD. It's like saying
Hmm.
ADHD is useful because then we can study ADHD and we can solve the issues related to ADHD. It's like a circular
Right,
thing.
but
You're saying it's useful because
ADHD
it can cause the problems that wouldn't be there if it wasn't there to begin with.
ADHD inherently, to be ADHD, has to cause a severe disruption in your day-to-day activities. In order to be
I mean, the
diagnosed with ADHD,
transgender
it
is the
has to
same, right?
be a disruption. Having a transgender identity does not itself cause problems.
They want whole surgeries and stuff. Isn't that like, you know?
Not every trans person wants surgeries.
Right, but they feel problematic, right? Like to get the diagnosis, they need to be uncomfortable, don't
There
they?
isn't a way
Yeah.
you can't diagnose being transgender. It's not
Isn't
an
there a whole name for it?
it's not
Gender
a
identity disorder or some shit
it's
like
not a
that.
disorder.
Well, let me Google this. Uh, what's the name for it?
Yeah, I want you to find the DSM entry. I want you to find the DSM entry and I want you to read it.
Gender dysmorphia. There you
Yeah,
go.
find that DSM entry and then read it.
It's gender
I'll do it too.
dysmorphia. Let's see. That they're distressed with their gender identity.
Can I get the DSM page, please? DSM.
But still, like
No. We're
even
gonna resolve this situation. We're gonna resolve the issue that you brought
okay,
up.
bro.
This is a very common misconception, so we're not going to just roll right past it.
I mean, it's a bit of a semantic thing, isn't it? Like I can say I think it's problematic to be a
It's not a
transgender, and
semantic thing.
that's
It's
the
a
bad thing. There
diagnosis
you
thing.
go.
It's a diagnostic
I
tool.
mean,
You cannot
I
call a
would say
diagnostic tool a semantic issue.
I would say it is, right? Like it's dependent on what society deems good or bad, right? Like if the thing that you're being diagnosed for is
So you're
bad
just
and
going. You want to step away from science, is what you would like to do.
well, no, if you live in a
Well, no.
society where they think killing yourself is okay, then the DSM will remove the depression entry, you know? Like that's how it works.
Well, that betrays a very poor understanding of what disorders are.
I mean, disorder is like something that's like to have this mental disorder needs to be bad, right? Like if you have a rare trait that's good, then you're not gonna get diagnosed with a disorder, are you?
Bad or good, there are not value judgments in these things.
So highly
Science
gifted is a
doesn't make
mental
value
disorder now
judgments.
because it's okay. So being highly gifted is because it's rare and an unusual mental thing. Now it's a mental disorder.
What? No, that's not how
If you,
disorders
if
work.
but mental retardation is a mental disorder, right?
Right. What makes I mean,
So having really
is that
high,
still a term that's
unusual.
used medically? I'm not sure
Okay,
if it is.
what do you want to call it? Whatever. The name
Developmental
doesn't matter.
disorder?
You get okay. Developmental disorder.
Uh-huh.
That's a
What makes
mental
it a
disorder.
disorder?
But
I didn't think so, Maddie.
having
I don't like using that term.
okay, developmental disorder is a mental disorder, but having high IQ isn't. The only reason is because one is above average and the other one's below average. One
That
is good,
is
one is bad. That's
Nope.
why one is a
That's not
disorder.
how disorders are measured.
Okay, well, how is it measured?
A disorder is measured by the impact that the thing has on your day-to-day activities and whether it disrupts them.
Yeah, disrupting is like a moral thing, right? Like that's it's considered bad disruption, right?
Well, a
Like if it
disruption
has
has to
impact,
be
good impact.
self-reported. If a person does not experience, I don't know if it has to be. I'm sure there are some cases where things are so bad that a person can just see that they have a disruption in their experiences. But in many cases, it has to be self-reported. Otherwise, no one will know that they are having their day-to-day activities disrupted.
Yeah, so that's societal, isn't it? Like, well, what they deem good or bad. Like, maybe someone has mental, developmental issues, right? They're below average IQ, and they don't care themselves because they're like, so
Are you
developmentally
saying there is
troubled
not a
that
way
they're
that we
just.
could literally measure the amount of disruption a person is experiencing in their day-to-day activities? We can't measure spikes in cortisol. We can't measure like blood pressure. Yep.
No, let's say it like this. Let's say there's a guy and he's just like brain dead. Or like so stupid he's just brain dead essentially. He's just drooling all day, yeah? He would get diagnosed with a disorder. Do you think
A
he
brain
cares? Do you
dead
think
person
he's
would
disrupted? No,
a
no,
brain dead per-
basically brain dead. Basically. No,
would
not really. Just really stupid, like 20 IQ, yeah? So he can't do math and stuff.
okay.
But he can watch SpongeBob or some stuff.
That
He's
would
like
be a
a
disorder.
5-year-old. Yeah. And he doesn't give a fuck because he doesn't have the capacity to care to begin with. He just watches SpongeBob. He's fine. Yeah, he doesn't care.
Well, it
Would you
sounds
say
like
he doesn't have a disorder now because he doesn't give a fuck? Like
no,
he's
because
not
it's
disrupted.
interfering with his capacity to give a fuck.
But a 5-year-old doesn't have a disorder because that's normal, right? Like
Right. So that there is nothing impeding their day-to-day experiences.
right. So it's based on what is the norm, what is expected, and then it has to be something that breaks it, right? Like if
Only in
someone has
terms that what we
like
expect the norm to be is a lack of disruptions from our own minds in our day-to-day activities.
yeah, but the same way you could say that the guy who has really low IQ is disrupted, you could say a guy with really high IQ is disrupted, but positively, because he's not the norm, but it's just beneficial, right? But we don't say that's a disorder because it's good, right?
Hold on. Wait, what is your example again? These examples are so confusing. Go ahead. Hit me back
If
with
you
it.
have an unusually high IQ and your
Mm-hmm.
normal developments get disrupted by a giant
Uh-huh.
spike in IQ, right?
Right.
That wouldn't be considered a disorder because it's not bad, right?
I mean, it could be. It's possible, I guess, that you could have an IQ that is so high that it would interfere with your day-to-day activities. I mean, IQ is a horrible way to measure anything, but I am just assuming that for the sake of argument that we can
No, no,
accurately measure
I'm
something
saying
with IQ.
it's disrupting your normal development. So you're not supposed to be at that point yet, but you are, right?
No, you are conflating an abnormalcy with a disruption. Those are
Oh,
not
that's what you did,
necessarily the
right?
same
With
things.
the guy who's like a 5-year-old IQ, right? In that case, he is just abnormally stupid, and he's not disrupted because he doesn't mind, right? Like,
No, it's not about whether or not he minds.
what is it about then?
It's about whether they can conduct their day-to-day activities without the processes being interrupted with a mind that didn't have that disruption.
They can do their day-to-day activities. Their day-to-day activities are just lower than expected, right? That's the point. They
Okay,
have the data.
this
Yeah.
question was just brought up in chat, so I want to make sure that we're being clear on this. I'm sorry to look at chat again. There is a difference between being transgender and having gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria, what you're describing in chat, D-clams, that is a disorder, but not all transgender people have gender dysphoria. And cis people can have gender dysphoria. They are related things, but they are not the same thing.
That essentially just sounds like saying not all people with anorexia have issues. So some of them, some of
Except you
them are
can
fine.
demonstrate harm with anorexia. What is the harm of being transgender?
That you cut off your genitals and,
Not
and
everybody
fucking.
not everybody does that in the first place.
Not everybody with
Let's
anorexia
stick
becomes
with
fucking skinny, right? Some of
that's
them they're no fine, right? Like that's
except that they still have the disorder that makes them desire to not treat themselves well.
yeah, and the transgender guy still has the disorder that desires to cut off his dick.
No, they don't. That's a thing you're assuming about this person because they're
Well, then
transgender.
then you're assuming that the anorexic guy wants to ruin his body with
No,
with
that's literally
fucking
what anorexia is.
No, it's like you feel extremely skinny, right? Like that. You think you're fat, but you want to get skinny. You want to get skinny. That's the point, right?
I'm pretty sure that you don't have to have body dysmorphia to have anorexia, but I may be wrong on that. The anorexia would be the desire to starve oneself, if I'm not mistaken on that. I don't know my disorders forward and backward, so I may be wrong.
I'm
People
pretty
can
sure
correct
it
me.
means you just see yourself as being fat, but you're not.
I don't think you have
What's
to. I think you just have to have the drive to not eat
anorexia?
and to deprive yourself of caloric intake.
Anorexia has two meanings. Okay, medical term for loss of appetite, and it is common shorthand for a serious eating disorder.
Yep.
Anorexia.
So you don't have to have body dysmorphia to have anorexia.
Okay, what do you call the guy that thinks he's fat, but he doesn't necessarily eat less? He just thinks he's fat, and that's it.
That would be body dysmorphia.
Yeah, what kind?
What do you mean? I don't know if they differentiate the specific kinds of body dysmorphia.
Okay,
It is
body dysmorphia. Then the guy thinks he's fat. Would you
Okay.
say then that it's only a disorder if he starts eating less?
well, it's only body dysmorphia if his perception of himself as being fat causes
Yeah.
him a disruption in his day-to-day activities. And so then, yes, B, it would only be a disorder if it disrupted their day-to-day activities.
Okay, what do you just call the false perception then? A delusion? Is that what you call it?
Yeah, that
Without
would be a delusion. Yeah.
Okay, then I would say transgender is a type of delusion, I guess.
Okay.
Like,
What are
that's,
you saying that they see that isn't there?
well, they clearly just see themselves as female, and
No, they
that's
don't
how
see
it
themselves
is.
as female.
Well,
This
then
is
why do
something we
they
touched on
want to get
like how long
surgery
ago
and shit?
was that an hour ago? 45
Yeah,
minutes
yeah,
ago?
I
It's not a
understand, but
biological
that
claim.
just sounds like cope to me, honestly.
Okay, you can just be wrong. That's fine. Like it's literally a different topic.
It's like if some guy thinks he's a chair and he's gonna sit on 4 feet and he says, "Well, I'm not really a chair. I'm just sitting on 4 feet and put food on my back." It's a bit of a, it's a bit of a cop out. It just seems like he would wish to be born that way. I think the transgender would wish to be born female,
A
and
transgender person
it's like
doesn't have to want any changes to their body at all.
okay, but then they just want to be feminine or masculine, right? Like.
To the
Like now you
degree
get
to
into the
which they
whole
fall into the
subjective
gender category,
definition
yeah.
stuff again.
Huh?
Now you get into the whole subjective definition stuff again. Like one
Right,
person.
what? Identity? Wow.
Yeah, I don't believe in that at all.
You don't
But,
believe
like, I
in an
don't think that's
identity.
the thing with anything. Yeah, if that's how you define identity, then I guess I don't.
Okay.
That
So-
just sounds like
So
like a trick.
would you support men wearing
Essentially.
dresses?
No,
Why? What does that have to do with their biology?
it just looks a bit gay. That's it. Like, sorry.
Wow, what does it have to
That's
do with them having sex with men?
Yeah, it's a bit feminine, That's it. I'm not gonna say that they become women.
You
if
know
they-
dresses were designed for men, right?
Well, you have like the what's it called in English? Thaub, right? You have thaub, and then you have thobe in English, and you have a dress, right? It's not the same thing.
Okay, how would you define a dress?
A dress is like you have the band on the hips, and you have the bra pad and stuff. It's
Sorry?
not just a garment that goes below the knees. It's not that simple. Yeah, men can wear
I'm still trying to
dresses.
understand give me a solid definition for what a dress is.
A dress needs to have the band in the hips, so it's like the fabric is connected there, so you can see like a transition in the hips, and it has the bra pads and stuff, right? If it goes lower, then that's a skirt, right? It needs to
Something
be,
without bra pads is not a dress.
Yeah, if it, I mean, I guess you could have the no bra pads, but it just covers it, I guess, with cloth.
I imagine that would
It
be
has
a
to
pretty
go,
common
yeah.
thing in dresses.
Yeah, yeah, sure. It just has to be there, you know.
It has
As
to
it's
have the
a
band at the
skirt.
hips to be a dress.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, and you're saying that there were not historically. So now it's a piece of cloth that is, I assume, open at the bottom, has a band at the hips.
Yeah, yeah. Well, let me just show
I'm
you
I'm sorry,
the
Maven the
picture.
Reaper.
Uh, Here,
That's gay. That's ridiculous.
look in the general.
Okay.
Can I send images in general? No, I can't. Okay. You have
I
a channel where you can send images, side chat maybe?
I let's see. You can just DM me.
Okay. Let's see.
We had some trolls last week that posted a bunch of scat images. That was fun.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, so
Images.
that's a dress. And you're
Yeah,
saying that
and you
there is
see this?
nothing that looks like that was designed for men in history
This
or
is a
somewhere else in the
phobe.
world.
It's not the same thing, bro. It's a different kind of like if you go up to that guy and you say, "Oh, it's a dress," he's gonna get mad as fuck. Like that.
Well,
That's not.
that's not what I'm talking about. You're saying that there is nothing like that first image that men have ever worn in history or in other cultures.
Well, you have something else. You have other types of clothing, but this, no, not this. Like you
If
have the
and
medieval shit.
if I could
Like,
find something, what would you say?
well, you're probably gonna find one of those medieval, like, you know, the thing Link wears in Zelda, that kind of shit that the
A
men have
tunic?
with the tunic. Yeah, you're probably gonna find a tunic and be like, "Oh, that's a dress," but it isn't really. It clearly looks different. That's the point.
Um, man, how can I? Here, I
Like
can
I
post. I can
I
post
would
it in
wear a
chat. Here,
tunic.
that's what I
I
can
would
do.
wear a tunic. That's fine. But,
This is the garment we're discussing in voice chat.
Or maybe you're gonna find the Scottish, you know, the Scottish with
What, a
the
kilt?
kilt. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the only one where it's actually
Are
a
kilts
skirt,
gay?
but they did it. Well, they did it for like weird shit. They did it to show the dick, and that's why they did it in a
Is that
war.
gay?
I mean, it's kind of, yeah. They show the dick to the enemy. It's kind of gay, but
So should men wear kilts?
sort of. I think this is fine. I guess it's sort of
Okay.
different, but
But men should not wear this white dress that's now posted in general.
let's see. Yeah, that would be just kind of gay. Yeah.
Okay, so you believe in gender?
Well, I wouldn't say that's gender. I wouldn't say that if a man were to wear it, that would make him a woman. Like
Well, you're
that
saying
would
that a
just
man
make him
should
a
not wear it.
femboy.
Why should a man not wear it?
He would be a femboy. That's what he would be.
So it's a sociocultural issue?
Yeah, I guess.
So
Yeah.
you believe in gender?
I mean, that would be like
That's
roles,
literally
right?
what we're talking about. You think this is a
Well, the
quality that does
gender
not
thing
belong to a man
implies
that
that
has
that
nothing to
makes
do
him a
with their
woman, right?
biology. What?
The gender thing implies that that makes him like a social woman category that I should recognize, right?
No, gender doesn't imply that. Being respectful of a human being would imply that, but you can believe
So
in
you
gender
think a
and not want to
femboy is a
respect it.
gender?
Huh?
How about femboy? Is that a gender then?
Well, you
Or
think
eunuch?
that
Like,
you think that a man should not wear a dress to be a
uh-huh.
man, and that has nothing to do
No,
with their
no.
biology.
Not to be a man, just to not look gay, that's it.
To
I
not
wouldn't
look
say they're
gay. I
not a
don't really
man
know how
anymore
this has to
to...
do anything with who they're having sex with.
Yeah, to not act feminine while being a
I hate
man,
to break it
that's
to you,
it.
there are some men that wear dresses that like They fuck women. Hate to
I
break it to you.
understand, but
Probably more than
the
you.
point is, I mean gay as in like they act
As in not
feminine,
the thing you said. Oh yeah, I get you. I
femboy.
understand.
Yeah,
You
you know
just
how
you just think
people,
it's insulting,
you
so
know
you like
how
to
in the
say it about things you
playground,
don't mean it about.
you know how in the playground, if you acted like a woman, they would say you're gay. That's it.
So you're acting like a child.
Well, it's a bit of a old usage, I
Yeah,
guess. That's it.
yeah. Acting like a child is what that is.
Yeah, whatever. You get the point,
You
right?
think that someone is different from you, so you think that makes it worth being like it's worthy of insulting.
It's
And it's
whatever,
so
man.
worthy of insulting that you have
Holy
likened
shit.
being that to an insult, and then you apply it to other groups of people that are not the thing you're describing as an insult. It's pretty childish.
Yeah,
I hate to
that
break
sounds
that to
like
you, that like I have to
human
be the adult in
speech.
the room and
Yeah,
explain to you
sounds
that the
like
thing
human
you're doing
speech.
is a childish thing.
I don't think only kids call stuff gay that they like. I
I
don't think
think
that's
that
a kid
adults that do
exclusive
that
thing.
are acting like children.
I mean, more adults do it than children. So it's just, I think you're
Yeah,
the
I
one
I
being
don't have a
insulting
very
by
high
calling
opinion
it
of a lot of
childish.
adults, my guy.
Okay, but if more adults do it than kids, then how is it childish?
Because some adults don't take on the characteristics that we would consider to be mature.
Okay, how do you know it's not just a mature kid instead of a childish adult? And it's actually an adult trait that some kids have because it's less kids doing it than adults. Now what?
Well, when I say childish, I don't mean the opposite of adult, I mean the opposite of mature.
Okay, and how do you know whether it's mature or not? Like, well, that's just like that's the insult basically. That's just a subjective thing basically. You think
Okay,
you shouldn't do it if you're an adult. That's it.
so I would not consider it to be mature, and I suppose you can disagree with this. I don't suppose it would be
Yeah.
mature to want to
Okay, bro.
cause harm to someone for no
Harm.
benefit.
Okay, bro.
Yeah. To cause disrespect is to cause harm. That is why you're disrespectful to people. That's what you hope to elicit from people, is their experience of harm. That's what disrespect is.
It's a bit of an over-the-top word, you know? It's like if someone flicks his
I
finger in your
mean, you
skin
can
and you
be as
say you got
fifis as
beaten
you
the
want
shit
to
out of.
about it. I'm just describing words. You can be all up in your feelings.
No,
That's what
like
disrespect
harm.
is.
Harm sounds like you're wronging someone, basically.
That's what disrespect is. If it's not causing harm, if it's not intended to cause harm, then it's just ignorance. If you are wanting to be disrespectful, you are
Who am I
intending some
even
level of harm.
annoying then? You think I'm harming you?
What?
Who am I harming you?
I think you are harming the legitimacy of transgender people for sure.
Well, I don't believe in it, so.
Well, you do believe in gender. You just don't believe in there being any kind of beneficial effectiveness of using
Yeah,
gender to refer to
what
people.
you're describing, I would just call like masculinity and femininity. And I
Great,
would
you
say it has
believe in
nothing to
gender.
do
You
with
believe
man.
in the sociocultural aspects as disconnected from biology.
Yeah, that's just masculine and feminine.
Great, you use a different word for it. That's very special of you.
Yeah, but you think it's separate. You think a masculine man or feminine man can still be a man, right? So clearly you don't think it's the same thing as the gender stuff.
You think a feminine man can still be a man. Are
Yeah,
you
that's because
kidding?
I'd reject the gender stuff. That's why.
What?
But you don't. That's why it causes a problem for you,
It
right?
doesn't cause a problem to me. We walked through this very first thing in this
Okay,
call.
so you
Do you
think
want to
woman
go back and
gender?
watch the
Wait a
recording and it
second.
can
Wait a
explain it
second.
to you all over again and you can
Wait a
see how
second.
it's
Wait a second.
logically sound
Wait a
and
second.
consistent?
So you think woman gender is the same thing as feminine, but at the same time, a woman can be masculine and still a woman.
I don't think you described that accurately.
Woman means feminine, yet a masculine woman
Hey,
can exist.
here's a fun question. Can some people hold
Okay,
masculine traits and feminine traits?
sure.
Wow, holy shit. How did we do that? I feel like we did that in record time, guys. We reached a resolution.
That's
You
like saying,
can
can an image have a black pixel and a white pixel? Well, when you say a white image, you don't mean like one pixel is white. You mean it's mostly white. That's what you mean when you say a white image, right? It's the same
when you
in
say a
masculine and
white
feminine.
image, you mean a image that is mostly white?
Yes.
Yeah, I imagine that would be true.
Yeah, so it's the same with masculine and feminine. You saying like, can you have mixed traits? Isn't like this massive revelation. It's like, yeah, you can. But when I say you're feminine, I mean like at least more than 50%. Probably like more than 80
That's
when I say.
cool, except your problem is you are measuring this like it's an image, and an image can
Yeah.
only be measured in its the space within it.
I just mean it's
There
the
are
percentage.
also there are also matters of like extremity, severity, significance. You
Well,
can't
yeah,
just
the
count the
image,
number of traits, my guy.
you have brightness, sure. It can be a bright white or a fucking a bit grayish white,
Wow, I feel
whatever.
like you're adding to my point here.
Yeah, but when you say feminine or masculine, it just means
Hmm.
overall it's basically that. That's all it means, right? But by your logic, if that is what makes you a woman, they would basically be a woman if they're feminine. But if you ask them, they would say no, they're just gay, right? That's it.
What?
That's the problem.
What?
Okay,
Huh?
let's say you have a guy that is mostly feminine. By your
A
logic, that's a
guy that
woman.
is mostly feminine. Okay.
Yeah,
And by mostly, you mean the majority of the traits.
yeah.
Like if we
And,
counted all the
the
traits.
severity. Let's say you have a whole calculation, so you change the proportional worth of the severity. You know, like the
Okay,
really
sure.
bad one is
Uh-huh.
yeah higher percent, sure. So he's mostly feminine. But you
Okay.
can ask him, and this guy will say, no, no, he's a guy, he's just gay. Now what? You would say, oh, it's
I don't know what
subjective
being gay
definition.
has to do with this. That is so weird to add, but
Okay,
okay.
he's a femboy then, whatever, whatever.
Okay. So you're
I'm being a
saying
yeah.
you're saying that in terms of weight, not in
Hmm.
terms of number, in terms of weight, his characteristics are mostly feminine,
Uh-huh.
but he says that he does not identify as a woman.
Uh-huh.
Then that would
He
mean,
says he's
from
just
his
gay.
perspective, the weight is not mostly feminine.
Why? Says who?
Him.
No. Maybe he says
Yeah.
it's mostly feminine. Maybe he does say
It
it's
can't
mostly
be
feminine.
if he's not a woman.
Yeah, I
If
think
the
that's
most
I think I
powerful
don't
traits, the
believe that at
things that
all.
mattered most to him about being a woman, were all on the side of being a woman, and he was not a woman, then he would not consider them to be the dominant factor. He would then
Yeah,
consider,
so
at a minimum, to be just the identification as a woman to be the most significant aspect, and that would bear the most weight.
yeah, so now you're like imposing the transgender logic on like other people, right? That's the point that you're doing.
What, the concept of
Like
identity, individual identities?
yeah, not you have to
Why
understand.
should
Most
any
people
of us
don't believe in
recognize
this.
each other's names?
Yeah, it's a name, bro. It's not the
It's
same
just a
thing as
gender,
like
bro. It's
the
just a gender. It's just pronouns, bro. It's not gonna hurt you.
yeah, the pronoun, sure, you can say that. It's just a word, whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
the thing is, most people don't think like this with the gender, right? Like you can have this gay guy that sees himself as mostly feminine, but he just says he's a guy because he has a dick. That's it. It doesn't go that deeply for most people.
Okay. I would recognize the gender that the person would like me to recognize because that's what identity is. And when you deny people their identity, research shows that people tend to have bad outcomes. So
What if
I
my
would rather
like
just
you don't do
recognize the
this?
individual.
Yeah. You know very well you don't do this universally. It's like this specific thing you believe in. If I go up to you and say my identity is
I
handsome and
believe in
smart,
believing
you
things that
can
have
say that.
benefits. What is the benefit of the thing that you believe?
Well, you can boost my self-esteem by saying that I'm handsome. So I identify as handsome, and that has benefit. Like you have to call me handsome every sentence. Like that's essentially the same thing.
Well, I think calling every person who wanted to be called beautiful beautiful would not be beneficial. But I do think
Why
calling
not?
anybody ugly would be harmful, so I'm not going to do that.
Why wouldn't it be beneficial that they get a confidence boost, right?
Because you're identifying a term that has a value weight, and now we are applying that value to everyone, and so the thing loses its value.
Okay, sure,
Because
whatever.
there's not going to be
Everyone would.
anyone who
Okay,
doesn't want to be
everyone would
called
say.
that because it has value.
I mean, I could say the same thing
God,
about
it's
the
almost
gender,
like
right?
I have a consistent worldview. Where is yours?
I wouldn't. I would say it's the exact same thing for the gender, though. Like
Okay,
if you have a bunch
yeah,
of
explain that to me.
males,
Walk me through that one.
yeah, yeah. If you have a bunch of males saying that they're women, maybe they're not really feminine at all, but they say that they are, then you're gonna devalue the group basically. Because now
How?
when
They
you
still
think of
consider
women,
themselves feminine.
yeah, but I don't. That's the point. So for me, it devalues the word basically.
I,
Because now when I think of women, I think of women plus gays.
how does it devalue? Like, where's the loss in value there?
Well, for example, when I think of woman, I think of they're attractive because I am not gay,
You
right?
think all women are attractive?
Well, you have exceptions, but on the most part, yeah,
Okay, so it
sure.
has nothing to do with the fact that they're women. It has to
Well,
do with whether they're attractive or not.
it's not that. It's there's
Oh
a difference
no.
between like I don't like them because they're gay and a man, or I don't like them because they look ugly, right? That's a different thing, right? That's a different reason for not
You can
being
have
attracted.
different reasons you don't find women attractive.
Yeah. So this one is devaluing women by adding a bunch of a specific reason for why I don't find them attractive to the
For
mix. You
adding
understand?
additional reasons you might not find women attractive, I don't see how
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
impacts. Like, you find fewer women attractive now? Like,
Yeah.
I don't see how
And
that
for
harms
example,
your number of women that you do find attractive. It literally doesn't change
well,
the number of women
if
you
I
find attractive. Well, it might change the number of women you find attractive if you find
yes, it will.
some femboys that are like actually women. If you find them
No.
attractive, then it could change the number of women you find
No.
attractive.
I'm saying that I'm not interested in the transgender. So now the amount of women I'm interested in is going down a lot. You
The
understand? Like,
percentage is, but it changes your access to attractive women in no way whatsoever.
well, if I go on a dating app, right, and I type in woman, then I'm gonna scroll through a bunch of shit, basically. That's the point. And the
So
word gets
you're
devalued.
worried about finding an attractive trans man or trans woman?
No, I'm saying I want to find a normal woman, but now you have to scroll through the transgender.
Okay. And that is more harmful than not recognizing people's identities.
It's a competition now. It's a competition.
I mean, everything
Okay,
is a weight between benefit and harm.
sure. I would say for the majority of people, yeah, but and not even that. Like you're devaluing the word exactly like you described first, right? Like if I say something like I find women attractive now, then they don't know what I mean anymore. Maybe they mean I find females attractive, or maybe I mean like
Yeah,
transgender.
I have no difficulty saying I am attracted to cis women.
Right. Now you basically you're proving you devalued the word because now you have to
I
add
didn't
like
devalue a
three
word. I'm
letters.
being specific.
No, you have to add three letters before, while previously those three letters weren't necessary at all. You could just say woman,
They're
right?
no
And
more necessary now. I'm just being more specific.
no, in the past when people said woman, they meant cis woman. That's the point. You're devaluing the word by adding the
That's not
non-cises
it's
in the
not
mix.
devaluing it.
Well, in my opinion, it is because when I say I like woman, I now have to say something else because it's less valuable to me. I
Right.
like it
So
less
so
now.
your concern is your inconvenience versus other people's loss of identity.
Well, their loss of
That's
identity
cool. So
is
you're
an
just a
inconvenience.
disrespectful person.
That's
You
an
can just say
inconvenience
that.
for
You
the.
can own being a disrespectful person. That's fine.
I would say that's also a loss of convenience. Like they're not called
Yeah.
the word they like. I wouldn't say that's a pretty
Actually,
important.
studies would
Yeah.
show that when you disregard an individual's identity, it causes them harm. It increases the likelihood that they will take their own lives. And that's just a human quality. That is just a
Well,
part of being a
I
human
would
being.
say I would say it increases the likelihood of me doing that if I have to sift through the the
Yeah, great.
transgenders.
So you're just gonna whine and complain about your inconvenience on dating apps compared to other people's lived experience as their identity is erased.
Let's
You are
say,
just a
but wait a
disrespectful
second.
person, and
Wait
you're
a second.
allowed to say that. You're
Wait
allowed
a
to be
second.
disrespectful, Tim.
Chill, chill, chill. What if a bunch of men start killing themselves because they have to sift through transgender on the dating app, and then like they meet, and then oh, it's
Well,
he has a
gosh,
penis.
that would be a statistic worth looking into and finding a resolution
What if
for.
that happens?
Let's
What would you
examine
do?
that when that happens.
If that would happen, would you like react and be like, no, now the transgender doesn't exist anymore because it's a net negative on society or something
I
like
would
that?
definitely have to look at the intersection of those two things and say, what is the appropriate
Yeah,
societal
I'm
response
giving
to
you a
this?
scenario. If that were to be the case,
I
how would
can't
you react to it?
explore the resolutions to that scenario because I don't have research in front of me. I would need research, Tim. That's how
Yeah,
science works.
that's if it was real, but I'm giving you a hypothetical, right?
No,
That's the point.
if yeah, in a hypothetical, I still also need to know all of the the factors that went into the study. What outcomes have they measured? If you did
Okay,
give me
skip that point.
specifics,
You
if you
get
did
this.
give me
You get
specifics on
this.
what the
Okay.
studies found, I could make a determination on that.
Yeah, you
And it
read the
might have to take me
studies.
a while. I might have to sit on it for a fucking couple
Okay,
years and be like,
you
what
read the
is the right way for
studies.
society to
Yeah,
approach
yeah,
this?
yeah. You read
Oh,
the
yeah, yeah.
studies,
Okay.
and you found that
Yeah, all right.
men tend to kill themselves if they have to, date with transgender women and find out that they're male. That's the results of the study. They don't like it.
They don't like it, so they want to kill themselves.
Yeah. They get
Wow.
upset. They can't find real women anymore, so they cry themselves
Well, I
to
would
sleep
doubt
and
that
kill
has
them.
anything to do with the identities of the other people, and that would probably have to do with some other issues that those men have going on.
So you're blaming them for not liking it? That's it, basically.
I'm telling you what I would expect to be the conclusion.
But this is a moral thing, right? Like, who's at fault? Them
This is
or
a moral thing.
is it their own fault for not liking it, or is it the other person's fault?
No,
That's
people
like,
are people. This isn't about whether or not they like it. This is about whether or not them channeling liking it has something to do with their mortality rate. So
yeah.
I
So
don't
the
find there
study
to be
finds
any
it
issue
does.
with them
It's a
not being
statistical
attracted to specific
correlation.
kinds of people.
Yeah, so it's a statistical correlation, let's say, that they kill themselves because of it, because they have to interact with it. They can't, they can't just try to meet women anymore because no one knows what woman means.
I would still
Maybe it means
suspect
transgender, maybe it
I
doesn't.
would still suspect that that doesn't have anything to do with the identities of the other people. I would suspect that there is some other comorbidity that is causing this problem in specific men, because I don't imagine it's all men. If it is all men, then man, we do really have something we need to look at there. And it might
Well,
take us a couple years to work it out.
let's say it's more men
Thankfully, we
than
don't have to
the
deal with this bullshit scenario.
let's say it's more men than transgenders exist in society, but it's still a minority. Let's say that.
More men are killing themselves because trans people are on apps.
Yeah, let's say that more men kill themselves because of that than transgenders kill themselves because of identity.
Why are they
Let's
killing
say
themselves?
because they're upset they keep having these dates with these transgenders.
They're killing themselves because they're upset about what other people are doing.
No, because they have to sift through it on the app, you understand? They just keep scrolling and they can't find because every one they swipe is happens to be
Sounds like a
a
problem for the
male.
free market, right?
Yeah, that basically.
Capitalism.
It's market inflation, yeah. Dick inflation.
Then this sounds like without further, dude, this is so hard for me to imagine because it sounds like the person is they just have a fucking issue with what other people do. Deal with it. Grow up.
Well, the issue they have is that they can't find a woman that's female anymore.
Yeah, sure they can.
What do you mean?
Sure they can. They can easily find women who are female.
Well, on these apps, right? Most of them will not be female anymore, right? Like
Gosh,
if you
do
look
you
at
know
the
what would
stats,
happen if we abolished gender? And I'm a gender abolitionist. I'm all for it.
yeah, I don't think that's possible.
I don't
I
think it's
mean,
possible either,
maybe
but do you know
that.
what would
Okay,
happen if we did?
it depends what you mean.
We
What do
would
you mean
have
with the
genital
gender?
preferences. We would note what our genital preferences are. What is the problem with this?
Oh yeah, that's already how I function. When I say I like women, then that's a genital
Great, then it
preference.
sounds like you need an app that allows you a function of determining what like genitals you prefer.
You know what you could
But
also
also,
do
by
instead
the
of
way, it's
this?
super dehumanizing just to like base who people are on their genitals.
But you understand, right, that if that were to happen, no, like most people that aren't
Right, Maddie?
transgenders
Go
wouldn't.
go talk to people in real life.
Yeah, most people wouldn't use the word woman anymore. Like if people get used to just saying vagina people or some shit like that, they wouldn't say woman anymore because
I'm
most
sure
people
we would
don't
have
care about that category.
I'm sure we would have a term that was just like a vagina having person and a penis having person.
Yeah, so what would happen then is the loop would just go back to where we started. Like we would go back to the 19th century where man and woman just meant male and female.
Except it wouldn't be back where we started because we still wouldn't have gender anymore. It would be entirely different because we
Yeah, we
don't have
didn't have
gender.
that back then either.
No, we still did.
What do you mean?
Gender
No one believes in that.
existed.
Yeah, when they said gender, they just meant the same thing as sex. That's what
No,
they
the
meant.
concept we have as gender today still existed back then.
No, man, you made it up in the 19th century. That's it.
No one made it up. It is a thing inherent to human beings.
Unless you mean like masculinity and femininity, like that's what you mean, the behavior and shit. That's what you
From
mean.
the beginning, there were cultural aspects associated with the biological groups. Gender existed from the beginning.
Yeah, how about you just keep those cultural things, but you don't name yourself after them? You just name yourself after the genitals. How about
Great,
that?
it turns out that people are more likely to kill themselves when we name it the other way. So it's more useful to
But
name it this way.
but that's what you want to do. You wanna name it that way anyways. You just wanna abolish the masculinity and femininity and shit.
What? Nobody's asking to
You do want to call them after the genitals, right?
without gender being part of it.
Yeah,
Currently, if
so
we
that's
stopped
our point of
dude, if
disagreement,
we
I
stopped
guess.
referring to gender at all, it would still exist.
Yeah, I don't get that point though, by the way. Like, well, why can't you just be a feminine man or a masculine woman instead of calling yourself a man or woman? Why is that so difficult?
Because that's not what they are?
You just said gender is like the social behaviors and shit.
Yeah.
Well,
Turns
that's
out
what
that's what's
masculinity
important to
and femininity
humans.
is. That's what masculinity and femininity means. Like the social behaviors of what men
You're
and women
just
do.
using different words for gender that is not the same as what other people are using to refer
Yeah,
to gender.
that's what I mean. Like, if they literally just like stopped calling themselves a man, but use these terms, the entire world would just agree with it. They
Oh,
would just
I see
stop
what you mean.
caring.
I see what you mean because they don't want to refer to their genitals. I don't understand why
Sorry,
you want to talk about people's genitals all the
but you
time.
you still do that though when you say male or female, right? So they still have to do that shit.
But yeah, I have no cause on a day-to-day basis to call people male and female. I don't do that.
So you're saying the only reason why transgenders want to use the word man and woman is so they can basically fit that function and like use it so no one else can use it a different way. They can't be using it for biological reasons, I guess,
What?
because they want to avoid being called that at all.
They want to do that because they want to be recognized as the thing that it makes sense to them in their heads that they are on a socio-cultural basis.
Right, but if what they feel like is what the rest of the world calls masculine and feminine, why not just use that? Then everyone would just be like,
Because
yeah,
that
yeah, that
isn't
exists.
recognizing a person's identity.
It's you literally just said that it's the same thing with a different word.
Okay. Let's think of it this way. Is being willing to hear somebody out on their opinion on a intersocial matter and to stow your own opinion on that and feed back to them the thing that they would most find supportive. Is that a feminine characteristic or is that a masculine characteristic?
I would say that's a feminine characteristic.
No, you're wrong. It's a masculine characteristic. Now, which thing do we call the person that has that?
I mean, we disagree, I guess.
Yeah, we fucking disagree. That's the whole fucking point, dude.
Okay. So?
God damn. You can't just
So you call it
assign
one thing and
feminine
I
to
call it
people.
another
Like,
thing?
that's not how that works.
Yeah, it's like saying we disagree on if a woman is attractive or some shit. Like, okay. So, like, what's the point?
Because why would a person who doesn't believe that that is a feminine characteristic own being feminine, and why should they? They may see it as a masculine characteristic and say, because that's who I am, that makes me a man. But you're going, no, that's a feminine characteristic, so why don't you just call yourself a feminine man? Or whatever.
So, okay. So you're saying they want to do it the opposite? Didn't you have your whole... you explained to me in detail how, if you want to claim it's masculine or feminine, it needs to align with, like, pre-established societal stuff, right?
Sociocultural norms that, like, characteristics that historically have to do with sex, yeah.
Yeah, so if you completely go against that, then you're also going against, like, your own explanation, basically. So that wouldn't be an issue,
No,
right?
dude, like, determining them to be differently aligned doesn't mean they don't have to do with sex. That is a quality that we would associate with the sexes historically. And oftentimes those flip. They get, like, pink and blue would be sociocultural traits that have to do with sex, and they were opposite in the past.
Yeah,
They change, so they are associated with
yeah.
sex, but they aren't tied to the separate sexes separately.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. I don't get the point though, why you're saying this, but sure.
You were saying that you can't determine what things are and are not historically associated with sex because anything could be. But that's
No,
not.
no.
Or you
I'm
were saying that you
that,
can go against it because somebody now has a different opinion than is the current cultural norm about
No,
which thing aligns with which sex.
what I'm saying is you objected and said, like, well, we can disagree, and because we can disagree, transgenders shouldn't be using the terms masculine and feminine. But you had your own story where you said the exact same stuff about man and woman. Like, people can disagree on what a man and woman is, right?
Yes.
But they themselves personally decide their own opinion on that, and then other people have to follow that.
Because that's what all humans do, yes.
Okay, so why can't you just do that same shit, but with the words masculine and feminine? And everyone would agree. Like, not a single person on the planet would have an issue with it.
So you can say, I am a masculine. I am a feminine.
No, just I am masculine.
I am
without
masculine. Then, dude, you're literally suggesting a different solution to the same problem.
Yeah, that no one in the that's my point.
Cool.
Basically. If you just did that, no one would give a fuck.
I want to know if you know what you sound like right now, because right now a whole bunch of the world is saying we should look at these two groups of people, and based on the socio-cultural traits that they identify with and that they identify with the sexes, we should call these people men and women. And you go, no. Based on those same things, we should call them masculine and feminine.
Yeah, that's what most of the world does. That's like the default way to call that, basically. And you have like you have to go against it, and then have a whole debate and a
Well,
whole
see,
discussion about
the
this.
problem is that I think there is a separation here between what gender is and what masculine and feminine is, but you're identifying the two things. You're identifying gender and you're saying this is the same thing as masculine and feminine. So now you're proposing a different solution than what would otherwise, by these people, if they agreed with you, propose the solution B, which would be to call them men and women. And you're saying, no, we should have different words for it, and that should be masculine and feminine. You're still recognizing
thought
it.
you
You're still
said that
saying we should have
masculine.
different words for it, but now you're still saying that we would still
Yeah.
call them masculine women because we want to refer to their biology for some reason.
Yeah, I thought you said that being a woman is like social characteristics, like they like pink, they speak quietly, this, that, they fucking make
If
food
that
and
person
stuff.
associates those things with being a woman, then yeah.
Yeah, so how is that any different from femininity? That like you're just describing femininity, right? Like
Because you can have the feminine characteristics that are necessary to that person to be a woman, and still have a bunch of masculine qualities that to them would make them seem like a masculine woman because they have the necessary qualities, but they have a bunch of other necessary qualities that make them a woman, but other qualities that are more man-like. So
yeah,
they could
or
be a
you could just
masculine
say,
woman and still be trans. I don't know
yeah,
how many times we have to
basically
go over
what you're
this. It's a
saying.
very simple concept.
Yeah, you might as well just say that the transgender woman that's masculine is just a not that feminine woman, and the fucking like the
Sorry, a
sorry, what
trans woman that is masculine is
yeah,
just
sorry, I misspoke. When you say trans woman, that's masculine. You're essentially just saying a person that's a bit feminine. That's essentially what you're saying. You're saying they're feminine enough to be a woman, but they're not feminine enough to be called feminine. You might as well just say they're a bit feminine. But like, you might literally as well do that.
they're feminine enough to be a woman, and then they are
Uh-huh.
otherwise masculine.
Yeah, so why not just say they're a bit feminine? Like, they're more feminine than the neutral, but they're not that feminine that you would say they're like really feminine. Like, why not just say that? You're intermediate feminine, whatever. Like,
I don't know what you're trying to say. This
yeah, I'm
person's
just saying.
gender aligns with their schema on the female sex. So they are their schema of sociocultural aspects that are related to the female sex. So that person is therefore a woman. The
Yeah, you're
qualities that are
saying
necessary
nothing
to be a
different.
woman. What?
You're saying nothing different from what most people just say feminine. That's it. Like you're not describing anything new. You're just like making up new words. And
Except
those new words.
you are denying what they are.
Yeah, but they by insisting on being called that specific thing, you're causing like an entire societal pushback. Whereas if you just go with established terms,
I'm not causing a pushback. I think society could just fucking chill.
yeah, okay, but
Maybe
yeah,
society
sure,
could be more concerned with the harm to these people than their convenience.
yeah, you can say that, but that's not gonna work, bro. That's not gonna work.
Okay,
Like,
then I
what
will
do you
continue
mean?
to say it because I'm a respectful person, not a disrespectful person.
You see this?
I don't see anything.
I'm screen sharing.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you see it?
Yep.
Yeah. So what you were saying is there's like this line, right? And you call this like man, and you call this woman, yeah? This side. And you're essentially saying if you're here in terms of the weight, yeah, and you're a woman. If you're here in terms of the weight, you're a man. What the rest of the world just does is, I'm not gonna type it out, but fully masculine, feminine. What you're saying is like, well, we want to use these terms separately, but you're essentially using these the same way. So when you say it's a masculine woman, what you're basically just saying is that they're here.
Okay, no,
Like
I
on the
understand
woman's
now. I
side,
understand now.
that's
You are describing
masculine.
You're
for the
describing
woman.
what you're describing what people who recognize gender see as 3 different categories as just 2 different categories.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
most people see 2 categories. So
Yeah, they should
by
stop.
you, like, yeah, why though? Like, I don't see, like, I don't think there
Because
is actually a
because
third
there is
category.
no substantial harm to it, to accepting it, and there's great benefit to it.
Well,
And it recognizes the humanity of other individuals. Cool.
right, but you're arguing over terminology that makes no difference, and you're in the minority.
It makes an
So
extraordinary
you're going.
difference. You just don't care. You
Okay,
don't give a
can
shit.
you look at this? Look at this. This is woman, right? When you say it's a feminine woman, you're
Uh-huh.
not saying that they're here, right? You're saying that they're somewhere here. So like proportional to woman, they're on the masculine.
You're saying that
Sorry.
I'm saying that?
Yeah, you're when you call someone a masculine woman, you're not saying that they're here, right, on the masculine side. You're saying that they're like here, right? That's what you say. They're here.
They could be way over there on the masculine side. I don't know what
Well,
you're
then
measuring
you would say
here.
they're a man, right? If they
No.
were here, you would say this is like the weight, right?
Because
This is
the
weight
only
we call.
important thing is whether they have the necessary qualities. And you don't get to determine what those are.
Okay, remember when we talked about the weight?
Yep, the weight.
So this is with the weight calculated.
Okay,
So according
then
to
yes.
you,
now
if
that I
they're
understand
here,
what
then they're
we're
a male.
now I
Yeah,
understand what we're
man,
measuring,
sorry.
then yes.
Yeah. So when you say this,
Uh-huh.
essentially,
Yeah.
they're a masculine woman, you're
Mhm.
essentially saying they're just here, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you just scrap this here?
Uh-huh.
This shit here, you scrap this, and when they're here, you just say they're a bit feminine because they're a bit beyond 50%.
Because
yeah?
you're excluding the 3rd category, which is inclusion in a social group.
Okay, but aren't you seeing that inclusion in the social group isn't describing any more factual information about them, and at the same time it's causing
Sure it
like
is, you just don't like it.
societal division? It's causing whole societal division. What do you mean? What factual difference does it make to say they're a bit feminine or they're a fucking masculine transgender woman? You're communicating the same thing. They're like 60% on the scale.
You're not
That's it.
saying the same thing because you are not including the social group that they consider themselves to belong to.
Yeah, but that's not factual information. That's just a term.
Sure it is. That is a
Like,
fact.
But that doesn't communicate anything about their being, right? That just communicates I want to be called
Absolutely it does.
this
It
word.
it communicates what their identity is, and their identity is a real thing. We can measure the
There-
harm of denying identity, and we do, and we see it. It is real.
It's just a word, right? The
It's not
word
just
itself.
a word. That's just your feeling on it. You don't like
Okay.
science. You deny the existence of this thing.
Listen for a second. Listen for a second. We have this. This is the reality that they're here on this scale, right?
Uh-huh.
Most people would call it a bit feminine. That's what most people would call it.
I don't
But
give a
you're
shit what most
insisting-
people say.
Yeah, you're insisting they're on this side, and they're proportional to the middle here. They're here, so that means they're a masculine transgender woman, right?
Sure.
Most people have an issue with that, but you're still.
I don't give a shit
communicating-
what most people think, dude.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
care about
understand.
facts.
I understand. I understand. But you're still communicating the same facts, aren't you? You're still just saying
No.
here on the scale.
Do I need to
This is
repeat
the
it to
fact.
you again? You
Okay,
are
listen.
denying them their inclusion in a group that they associate with. That
I
is
don't
a
think
fact.
Group association is part of like an objective fact. I just think
It
that's
is an
a
objective fact.
desire.
I'm
That's
sorry.
just a
Objectives
desire.
don't care about your feelings. A person's
Like, if I want
identity
to
is
be-
a fact.
That's their. You literally just said it perfectly well. Yeah, objective facts don't care about your feelings.
Yeah,
I
I'm
want
sorry,
to be
dude.
called this
You
word
don't
is
like
a feeling.
science. I got it. You don't like being respectful, and you don't like science.
Listen for a second. Listen. I want to be called this word. That's a feeling. That's a desire, right? It isn't
What?
like anything.
No,
They're
dude,
not
that's not how
communicating
identities
some-
work. An identity
What
is
are they
inherent to
communicating
you.
then? What is inherent about a word that you're called and you want to be called that word? What's inherent about
Because
that?
we're a social
It's a syllable.
species, dog. We're a social species, and we interact with each other both physically and on another level that is intangible. We are a social species. We have groups. We have schemas. schemas just exist inherently in the mind, and we can't help that they exist.
By the way, if they don't necessarily care about sex, then why do they want to be included within the group that all the females are in that bad?
Sorry?
If they don't care about what sex they are, why do they want to be in the group with all the females? With the same word?
Because they want to be women. They don't consider it to be a female group. They consider it to be a group of women.
Okay, so why don't you just swap the word in your head and then get the whole societal issues over with by just renaming it feminine instead of woman, and then you solve the whole thing. Like that's it. You have your new group now that other people would consider you too, right? Because if they see a man that acts like a woman, that calls themselves a woman, then they would call it feminine already. And if they just swap the terms, that's it, over, solved.
Sorry, but the word women and men already denote gender.
Yeah, why don't you just like undo that invention? And
Gosh, that
just
sure
use
would be
masculine
nice.
instead? Why don't you just like use masculine and feminine instead?
Because you're still excluding them from a group that they already see themselves as part of in their identity.
Well, you're excluding them from all the females, which they're
No,
just
you're
not.
excluding them
so it
from
doesn't matter.
women.
Well, the new women is now feminine. That's the new woman. That's the
Except
new
that
way we
feminine
call it.
and masculine already have purposes outside of inclusion in a social group. So we would need a different word.
Yeah, so do man and woman. Those also already have purposes other than inclusion in a social group. Most people
Great,
use them
but we have
for
alternative terms
biology,
for that,
right?
so we now have useful terms for all three categories.
What alternative terms?
Males and females.
No, that's a whole different thing. That's like you can call a dog a male. That's not gonna happen. People aren't gonna
Right.
start
Are
walking
you
outside.
confused when I say I step up to the plate and swing the bat? Are you confused about what I mean?
I didn't hear it that you said that.
When I say
don't know what
I
it
mean
means even.
you're not from America, so maybe this is a bad one. If I step up to the plate and swing the bat, are you confused about what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't even hear you say that. I don't know what it means.
Okay. Gosh. If I did a bit of cricket with some friends, would you be confused about what I meant?
I mean, it's a game. You're playing.
No, it's a
sports.
bug.
Oh, you mean that?
So
kind
when
of
you talk
cricket?
about males and females, I know what you're fucking talking about, depending on what you're talking about.
Yeah, but no one's gonna do that, bro. No
I'm
one's
also a
gonna say,
lefty
there's
who
an-
would say you can talk about men and women and males and females, and you can use those words to talk about gender or sex, but based on context, I'll know what you're talking about. That doesn't rule out these concepts.
Yeah, I understand, right? But the thing is, you're saying we can't swap the terms. This is like 99% of society isn't gonna swap these terms. People aren't gonna start saying there's a nice female walking
Society
outside.
is welcome to be pieces of shit.
No, but that just sounds weird, doesn't it? Like you're not gonna start saying there's a female walking outside. That sounds like low-key disrespectful
Dude,
too.
I'm
Like,
not going to
that's
talk
the
about
point.
people's fucking genitals when they're walking outside.
Yeah, why is that? Why are you talking about their internal masculinity and femininity? Isn't that like
Because
weird? Or
most
don't
of the
you see
time
it
people
like-
have gender presentation, so you can make some assumptions about what gender a person wants to be seen as based on what they express. That's not always correct, but those people also know that when they present in certain ways, people will see them as certain ways. So if I see a person in a dress with makeup, with long hair, and they're walking outside, I will say, there's a woman walking outside. I could be wrong, but I think it's a fair thing to assume based on what they are presenting to me. And I am not going to be making any assumptions about what that person's genitals are, what their hormone levels are, or what their karyotype is.
Yeah, but you understand.
You
that
are the
most-
one relying
that
on a
just
completely
works for most
useless
people, right?
term. What?
Yeah, most people don't care about all of that. Most people just care about like the biology.
Yeah, no
That's,
shit.
like-
So most people are referring to gender. So wow, most of society is referring to gender already.
No, I'm saying most people care about biology, like what they actually are.
They actually don't. They just want to real bad. Most
No.
people have no idea what's going on in a person's body or under their clothes.
Sure, but that's still what they care about, even if they guess wrong. That's what they're trying to guess, right?
No, now
They
they
don't
at this
care
point
about that.
now we're at the point where they just want to care about that real bad, and that makes it even weirder
No,
because they
no,
don't actually care about that.
listen. They care about it, even if they can't directly always 100% tell, right? That's the goal. Like when
Well,
they
that's
look
the
at someone, they're
surprise, is that that
judging.
means they don't actually care about it. It's just when somebody else wants to point it out that they don't actually care about that, they staunchly go, "No, I do actually. I'm never going to apply that in my life at all. I'm never actually going to cup somebody's crotch to figure out who they are, but I'm going to act like that matters." It doesn't actually.
Let me phrase it like this. Let's say you're
Surprise.
trying to read a certain book, right? And then you get a fake version from China. Does that mean that all along you weren't trying to read the book you were trying to read? Or does it just mean you were fooled?
Fooled, except nobody's trying to fool you.
Yeah, you were accidentally fooled. Okay, fine. So that's what
So if I
happens when they.
received a book that was not purporting to be another book, and then because I got this book, I was like, this must be that other book that I was hoping to get, then that's on me,
Yeah,
dude.
they're
It's not on
searching
the
for.
book.
Okay, they're searching in the library for a certain book. They see one that looks like the book they want. They grab it. Oh, it's wrong. They're disappointed. That doesn't mean that all along they were they were searching for what book it looks like. They weren't searching for what book it looks like. They were searching for what book it is. They're using what it looks like as a tool to get to what it is, right?
So are you
That's the
saying
point.
that in all these cases, I am looking for a person with a penis or a vagina?
Yes, that's what most
Why?
people do.
Why am I doing
That's
that?
that's what they care about. That's what we care about. Like,
Why?
yeah, maybe it sounds
Why are
weird
you
to
so
you.
obsessed with people's genitals, dude?
Yeah, I don't know why. That's how my brain is working. Like,
That's you, dude. That's just on you. If
I don't
that's
think
your
it's just
issue,
me,
maybe
man.
you should resolve that.
That's most of society, man.
I
It's
don't
not.
know that it is, dude. I think a lot of society is convinced that they're supposed to care about that, but no one actually does. You don't actually get people that are cup checking people.
Yeah, they're not checking, but the reason why they care what it seems to be is because they assume that if it seems to be that case, it is. It's the same with
Huh?
animals, right? If you're looking outside, what kind of animals is? Is it a
Hey,
dog? Is
guess
it a cat?
what? How often
Wait
do
a
you
second.
get to confirm what your assumption is about somebody's sex?
Yeah, just as often as I can confirm what species the cat really is. If it's maybe a dog that just looks like a cat. No, never. Of course, never. Yeah,
So then it's not the thing they actually care about.
it is.
They're never going to
Like,
find out, so they
this,
don't care about it.
let me help you with this. If you have an animal outside and you're wondering to yourself, what kind of animal is this? But you can't get a DNA test for the animal. Does that mean
Uh-huh.
that you don't give a fuck about the species, but you just care what it looks like? Or does it mean you do care about the species, but you're using the looks as a tool to determine the species? What are you searching for? You want to know what it is, don't you?
Why do I want to know what it is?
Because you're looking around you, you hear a sound, and you think, what kind of animal is that? You
I'm
just want to know
curious
what
about
animal.
what kind of, like, whether this person has testes or not. I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's how most people judge each other. They
What the
put each
fuck are
other
you
in
talking
certain
about? That is not how most people judge each other.
Well, I'll give
How
you
many
like
how many times have you assumed a person is a man and then you really want to find out whether they actually have testicles or
I'll
not?
say it in a nerdy way for you. From a biological perspective, right? From an evolutionary perspective,
Hmm.
there's utility in judging someone's genitals, okay? How you socially interact with them, right?
So you're
Heterosexuals,
just
right?
talking about mating at this point.
I mean, that and
Okay.
like first of all, sure, if you see someone outside, that's always something that goes through your mind. Is this a man? Is this a woman? Is she attractive? Yeah, that's one of the things, sure. But there's other dynamics too, right? Most people like they want to be friends with the same sex. Yeah, they don't want like
That's
maybe there are
pathetic.
exceptions. That's most people.
That's
Like
pathetic.
if you have a, oh, you can call it whatever you want, but if you go
Okay, I
to a
will.
primary
That's
school,
pathetic.
even from a young age, it's usually the boys with the boys and the girls with the girls, right?
Yeah, that's
That's just.
socialized.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
My daughter has an equal number of boy and girl friends that come over to our house. It is
Yeah,
socialized.
I think that's socialized. Yeah, I think that's socialized. But the normal way is just
Every way that
they
we treat other human beings is socialized. Yeah.
I don't think so. No.
I mean, you're right.
I,
There
I
are. I would consider there to be some inherent, like human
yes.
values. Like thou shalt not murder is a human value. Thou shalt not
Yeah.
rape is a human value.
I think this is the same thing. People just inherently care about the sex they have for, of course, mating, but also like
Okay,
like
even if
social
that were
dynamics.
true, do we embrace all things that are natural tendencies?
I mean, you can say whatever you want. You can have whatever opinion you want, but most of society cares about this, right? That's the reality.
I
And I don't
don't
think you're
give a
gonna
shit
convince.
what most of society thinks, dude. Are we doing
Well,
an
you
ad
live.
populum argument
So,
here?
so
Is that what this conversation
yeah.
is? Are we just going to come up with what everybody thinks is the most popular argument? Is that how you base all of your decisions?
Well, speech is kind of ad populum. Yeah, that's how it works.
It can be. It's also I have speech that is inherent among my personal groups. That's not ad
I
populum
get it.
speech.
I get it. But all I'm trying to say is, you can literally just use the masculine and feminine shit and
It
just
wouldn't
adjust.
describe the same thing. Thank you for walking me through that, by the
It
way,
kind
because I
of
did
is
land
though.
in a different position than I started with on the issue of masculine and feminine versus the gender categories, because they are describing two different concepts, and I did need to make
But
that clear to
you
myself.
you said though, like the only difference is that you're sorting them into the two categories. They're not inherently like there's no inherent difference. You're just sorting them
There
into
is an
two
inherent
irrelevant
difference.
categories.
That is an inherent difference. You just don't like it.
Okay, what do you mean? You're essentially using them like the minor feminine and the major feminine. That's essentially what you're sorting them into. Big
No,
feminine,
that's
small
what you're
feminine.
simplifying it to. It is more complicated than that. Schemas are complicated human
That's what you
things.
said. You said that when you, the ones that are essential to being a woman is just like the ones you value with the most weight, right? Out of the feminine traits, isn't it?
Sure.
Okay, so why don't you just call that like really important traits in femininity? Just very feminine. Why don't you just
Very
say it's
feminine to
very
the
feminine?
degree that it makes you a woman, yeah.
Or you just say very feminine to the degree that it makes you
But then
very
we're not getting
feminine.
to the same
Like,
concept, are we? Are we?
well, the whole thing with this scale that you described is that there's these masculine and feminine traits, that they have different weights to them, and that if you calculate it all together, the weights together, then it will give you like a point on the scale from left to right. Yeah. Why can't you just like give it two words, left and right on the scale, and you
Because
just
you're
use that?
ignoring the other half of that equation.
Yeah, but there is no. It's a scale. It's left and right. It's a two. It's a one-dimensional line.
Okay,
Right?
so
That we
you
agree
tell me
on.
in your definition where the social groups of men and women come into it.
Yeah, that's this in your
Ah,
case.
got it. Okay, so that it doesn't get to the same thing.
No, that's what social groups of men and women is. That's masculine and feminine. That's what it is. You're just
So
renaming that
if
the
somebody
masculine
is
and
so
feminine.
now are you saying that if somebody's a masculine woman, they are a man?
Socially, yeah, they're like socially a man. That they have the social. They act as a man. Yeah.
Are you
That's it.
saying you believe in gender?
Well, this is how most people. If you rephrase it to this, everyone will agree with you, bro. Like everyone will say, yeah, you could say it like that. You could describe them as
I don't
socially
think most
acting like
people
men.
would agree that they are now socially a man or woman. Now you've jumped into a sticky spot on your side of the fence that a lot of people would disagree
No,
with you on.
you should say socially like a man, right?
No, see, now
Not-
you're cutting them out again.
But that's the definition of masculine. It's like you're socially like a man, but you're not a man. You're
Right. That's
only
right.
socially.
So I'm not disagreeing with you there. Now we need to introduce a third category that is the social inclusion in the
Okay,
social
wait,
categories that are men and women.
wait. Let's do the same thing here. Let's do this. Let's see. We just put this, and we put a different thing. We put dog. We put cat. Then we put dog-like and cat-like.
When I
yeah?
first listened to this, he was saying most people believe the opposite of what he is saying now.
Who says that?
Somebody in YouTube chat.
I don't know, man. Here, let's see. You have this skill. This is the dog-like and cat-like. In this case, we agree, right? In this case, we agree. You have this. You can be dog-like to any extent and cat-like to any extent on the skill, but that doesn't make you a dog or a cat, right? It's a separate thing.
Are we back to this? Are we back to like trying to define things socially that don't have social definitions?
No, I'm just gonna show you how it works exactly the same way, yeah.
Okay.
So we have a bunch of cats and dogs, yeah.
Well,
Some
I just want to
cats-
make clear before we start this, we don't have any social designators for things that are socially dogs and socially cats.
Of course you do. Like,
No, we don't.
make a woofing sound, there you go. Make a bark sound, there you go. Now you're acting socially like a dog.
I am
Go
making
on
a
4
sound that a dog makes. That does not in any way make me
Yeah.
socially in any way like a dog.
What's the difference between I'm doing the behavior that a woman does or I'm socially a woman?
That's
What's the
called
difference?
schemas of associations with sociocultural traits of human
Okay,
beings.
so it's okay. So it's associations with social traits. So it's like behavioral associations, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You have behavioral associations with dogs too. Dogs tend to bark, but other stuff can bark too, yeah? You can bark, yeah? But dogs
I
tend to
can
do
bark.
it,
I can
so-
also meow. Like what? Where is the sociocultural
Exactly.
trait here?
So if you like barking a lot, then you're on this side. If you like meowing a lot, you're on this side. Yeah, you understand?
Okay, I can imagine categories with where there are people that like barking more and people that like meowing more. We
Okay,
are on
so
territory we've already covered. Keep going.
yeah. We're sorting animals, okay? So we're not sorting people, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We're sorting animals. We have all these animals. This one, it
So
looks a
wait,
bit
these
like
aren't
a
social
dog.
characteristics at all then.
They're social characteristics of animals.
Social characteristics of animals. They are just biological characteristics of animals.
No, the animal has behavior too. It can act a certain way too. You have this one, yeah? He
Okay.
acts a bit like a dog and also a bit like a cat, yeah? You have
Uh-huh.
this one, he acts a lot like a cat, not like a dog at all.
Great.
You have this one, whatever, yeah? You have all the animals.
Okay. I
This
think I
is
can
the
get behind this metaphor. Okay.
This is the social area, and this is the
Great.
biological area. Why can't we just say, this one is a bit in the middle, this one is a bit cat-like, not that much, this one is really cat-like. This one is a bit more dog-like, but a bit central, yeah. This one is really dog-like.
Okay.
Why do we have to say, this one is a, let's say someone is here, this one is a trans cat that's dog-like.
We wouldn't call it
Why
a
do we
trans
have
cat?
to say that shit?
We wouldn't?
Well, why do you do that with people then?
Because it's helpful.
Why is that more helpful than with the animals?
Because with the animals, I mean I imagine there are like herd animals. We have a category for herd animals. Those are things that practice the social characteristics of having herd behaviors.
Okay, this is a whole separate thing. I'm saying, why don't you call cats that act really like dogs trans dogs?
Because a dog is a biological term.
Okay, why don't you say it's a trans social dog then? Whatever.
A trans social dog, because how is that helpful?
Okay, why
What
is
does
that
that help us
any
do? Give me the
nothing, right?
helpfulness. Give me the helpfulness, and then I will adopt it. If we have a
Yeah,
need to identify cats that act like dogs, if that tells us anything, then sure,
Okay,
there would be a
imagine
reason why we would categorize things that way.
Okay, imagine people started calling the cats that act like dogs, they started calling them dogs. So now when you say dog, 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 the cats, they walk up to you. So it's now useful to call them dogs, yeah?
Wait, how is that helpful?
Because people started calling them that, and now they're used to it, so they walk up to you if you say it. Yeah.
How is that helpful?
It's helpful to say it because then you can make them walk up to you. You can make them listen. Yeah. Dog, come here.
So you're basically calling it by a name? Then sure, that would be helpful. I will call this cat a
Okay.
dog so that it will come up to me. In that context, I would call the cat a dog if I need the
Okay.
cat to come up to me. Jesus
So the
Christ.
only reason why it's useful to call the dog-like cat a dog is because people started calling it a dog, and therefore it listens to the sound. Yeah. That's the only reason why it's useful to call it a dog, right?
Okay.
Wouldn't it be more practical to like break that convention and like rewire it to what it actually is? So you don't have to do that shit anymore, and then everyone will be happy, and there will
What
be
are you
no
saying that
arguments.
a trans woman actually is?
It's just a feminine man, bro.
Except it's a person whose schema aligns with women. That is a thing
Yeah,
that
you're
exists. It
that's just like
happens.
your
It
weird
just
way of
is true,
saying
dude. It just is
that,
true. I'm
that that
sorry.
that's what feminine means.
No,
That's
it's
what
not what
feminine
feminine
means.
means because
Yes.
if your schema aligns with being a man and you have feminine traits, then you're a feminine man. You have two things that are both true at the same time.
Okay, what you call feminine man is just like a bit masculine. That's it. Not very masculine, but still on the masculine side. That's what it
No,
is.
because then the schema doesn't fucking align. If the schema
Well,
doesn't
this
align,
schema
you can't
doesn't
just
exist, bro.
ignore it. It does exist. It's part of being a human
Okay,
being.
let's analyze this the same
You
way.
have a
Let's
schema
say,
on men and a schema
okay,
on
okay,
women.
okay,
You do.
okay. Let's say now, instead of using these terms that you just agreed upon make sense, we have this weird schema shit. So the dog that the cat that looks like a dog has a schema. So the owner decides the schema, yeah. So it decides, the ears it looks a bit like a cat, but the snout it looks like a dog, and the fucking fur looks like a cat too. Sorry, then it should be this one, yeah. Cat, dog. Okay, so the schema says it's a cat.
I'm about burnt out, dude. This conversation's gotten so dumb.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
schema of the fucking dog says it's a cat because it has the traits I value are cat traits. Yeah. Is this more practical than just saying it's a fucking dog that looks like a cat?
No.
Okay, so why would that be any more practical for human beings? The only thing you're swapping out is a species. It's the exact same shit.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna imagine for a second that this would matter to cows because I live in Texas. I'm gonna imagine for a second that this matters to cows.
Nah, it's the owner. It's the owner. The owner decides. Yeah, the owner.
No, this is very relevant.
Okay.
If
Okay.
if it helped, if the cows looked at dogs and the cows thought, some of the cows thought, I am more like a cow than a dog. I am a cow. I am a dog, or I am a dog-like cow, or we need a new term for it because we don't have things that we use to refer to these things yet. I'm willing to bet you that the ranchers in Texas would immediately adopt that.
Yeah, that already happens.
Because the
My
ranchers in
dog,
Texas would not want their cows to kill themselves because they were not recognized as dogs. It's a matter of utility.
My dog is a golden retriever, and he was with blonde ponies before, and he thought he was one of the blonde ponies.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did, bro.
No, he did
He
not.
he went on the field.
Sorry. Give me
yeah.
the evidence that your dog thought it was a pony.
Well, he can't speak, but he acted like that. He was in the
Oh,
area.
you
with the ponies, he
interpreted
didn't
his
wanna leave.
dog-like actions to be like pony actions.
Well, in
This sounds
that
like a
case,
you
the
problem,
farmers.
dude. This sounds like a you problem.
In that
not your
case, the
dog.
farmers. In that case, the farmers that you keep talking about wouldn't know that the fucking animal thinks it's another animal because you would never know.
No shit. Good
Okay,
thing we
so
can
why did you
talk
bring
to
it up then?
fucking
What's the
people,
point?
dude.
Yeah, what's the point though? Like, why did you bring it up then if the farmers can't
Because
tell
it's
anyways?
helpful to human beings and we can talk to human beings.
Why? Okay, bro. Why is that more helpful if you can speak?
It's more helpful if you can speak because you can say how you identify. You can say
And
what group that you, in your head, it makes sense to you to be in, that being part of your identity.
okay, this is why I already said we should basically say the owners decide the schema. Yeah, the owners classify their
That
animals.
doesn't make
Okay,
any sense. That's not what a schema
why not?
is.
Why not?
A schema is internal. It
Why
is a
can't it
way
be
that we
internal
sort
to the
things in
owner?
our own heads.
Why can't you have like a schema of your property, like how you see your own property?
You can, but that's not identity.
Okay, then call it whatever. Yeah, it's the same concept, just for a slightly different like person that decides
Great, that
whatever.
still happens with gender. You have schemas on men and women. You see other people as being
Okay,
belonging to
let's
men
say
and
that.
women based
So
on
we
your own
have these,
schema.
yeah, we have these owners with the schemas, yeah. So this owner here, he has 3 traits of the dog. The dog has 1 dog trait and 2 cat traits. He looks a lot like a cat, even more than he looks like a dog. So the owner says that's a transgender cat or a trans species cat. Is that more useful to do, or is it just better to say it's a fucking dog that looks like a cat?
What is
Like,
the
well, what's the
usefulness?
Well, people look at it like a cat. Everyone looks at it and they think it's a cat. So I guess it's useful to just say it's a cat, so you don't have to say
How is
every
that
time, oh, it's a
useful?
dog. So you don't have to re-explain that it's actually a dog every time.
What, to just say it's a dog every time?
Yeah, that's
What is the
you don't
usefulness
have
in
to.
identifying the cat behavior?
Well, because it behaves and acts and looks physically like a cat.
And how does
So you
identifying
can
that
just
help me? How does that help me?
because everyone thinks it's a cat anyway, so you can just
How
say,
do
yeah, it's a
they
cat.
think it's a cat?
Yeah, because it looks like a cat. It's just a dog that looks like a cat, yeah?
Okay, so how does just owning that it's a cat help anyone? I feel like that would be
No, you don't have to
detrimental.
be because then you don't have to come every time and say, actually, it's a dog. Less
But
speech. There
but
you go.
it seems more harmful for people to accept that it's a cat.
Yeah, same with transgender. It seems more harmful
Except
for
no,
people to.
because there's a matter of human suffering involved, idiot.
Well, there's a matter of
Jesus
my
Christ, dude.
There's a matter of my inconvenience involved that I have to
Yeah, I
explain
know.
that
We've
it's
already recognized this. You're a piece of shit who thinks your inconvenience matters more than other people's suffering. You can do that.
Okay, let's say I have a mental disorder
You
where I
can
get
be a piece of shit.
okay,
It's
okay,
okay.
bro. Okay, chill. Let's say I have a mental disorder where I get upset if people call my dog a dog instead of a cat. Now what?
If what?
Let's say I have a mental disorder where I get upset and want to kill myself if people call my dog a dog instead of calling it a cat.
Then when I talk to you, I would probably call it a cat.
Is it? Is it socially a cat now?
No,
Is there like a
because the cat doesn't
new
have the
concept?
identity, dude.
Yeah, it does have the identity. It just doesn't have
It
it
does
because of
not.
itself. It has it because of me, right? According to your logic, it has it because I have it. I insert it in the cat, right? Or in the
No,
dog.
you don't have an identity outside of yourself. You don't have an
Why can't
identity in
I?
a cat.
Okay, what do you call like your conception of other stuff?
Also, what you've
Perception?
identified is now a disorder.
Why?
Because you can't differentiate between what things in the room are other things.
No, I just think it's socially a cat.
Oh, then maybe it isn't a disorder. Maybe it's just a
Yeah.
delusion because you think that cats have social identities.
Well, they do actually, I would say, yeah. If you raise a cat with dogs, they
if
will
you
act
think
like a dog, yeah.
That doesn't mean that it identifies as a dog.
It means it's socially a dog, right?
No, not necessarily. It means it has adopted some social characteristics of a dog. That is not the same thing as
Yeah.
socially being a dog.
Well, if you calculate the weight of all of those characteristics, if they outweigh 50%, then that's socially a dog, I guess, by your logic. Yeah.
Not by my logic, by your.
You said that that's how the gender works, right? If you
With
calculate the
human
weight,
beings about
why would it make a
sociocultural
difference?
characteristics that relate to sex.
Why would that make a difference? Why
Why would
doesn't
it?
that work that way with everything?
Why doesn't
Why
it?
can't you
Because
just have
other
like a
things
social
don't have
scone?
identities in the same way that people do.
Well, they have identities in their own way, right?
Wow, cool resolution, bro.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense why you don't say
It
that
makes
a
total
cat
sense, and
raised
you're
by
on board
dogs.
with it. You totally understand every aspect of it, but you're
It
trying
doesn't make sense
so
why you.
hard.
It doesn't make sense why you call a man that acts like a woman really much, that to the point where you would say he's more like a woman than a man. Why don't you just call it a really feminine man? That doesn't make sense, right? You call that a woman somehow, but then the dog you don't call it
Yeah,
a cat.
because socially they're a woman.
Yeah, but the fucking cat is socially a dog because
No,
it
it's
acts
not, dude.
like a dog in every way. It barks and shit because
You
it
don't know
grew
what the
up with a
cat
dog.
is, my guy.
Of course I know what a cat
Ask
is. I
the
can see
cat.
what it does, right?
No,
Yeah,
you
the
can't
fucking
tell
cat
what a
is
thing
not smart.
identifies as by what it does.
Why does it matter? Wait, why is that important? Why does it matter what it thinks in its head more than what it actually does?
Holy shit, that's the concept of identity.
Yeah, why does their
Denying
identity of
identity
them?
has demonstrable harm. Do we really
Yeah,
need
why
to
does their
qualify that
identity
again?
of them? Why does their identity of themselves matter more than my identity of them?
Because when you deny theirs, they experience harm. You experience inconvenience.
Okay, what if I experience harm if if they deny my
Cool, call
perception
me
of
when
them?
you do.
Like, let's say
Call me when you do. And then we can
yeah, yeah,
stop
yeah.
playing this stupid
Let's
game where
say
you think your inconvenience matters so fucking much.
let's say a guy got married to a woman, and it turned out to be a transgender, right? But he doesn't want to know, right? Because it makes him upset. So he wants his he wants the woman to say it's a biological female every single time he asks, yeah. And he gets really upset if she doesn't say so.
I still don't see what harm he's experienced. What is his harm?
He gets emotional harm if he thinks about that it's
Oh,
that
he's
there's a
sad?
penis. Yeah, he's sad. He
Oh,
gets
poor
why
baby.
can't I have a woman with woman
Maybe he should
genitals?
have been a
Why?
better partner so that he knew more about his partner.
Okay, but what then? Does the woman have to like say it's a female every time?
No, they should probably split.
Okay, that makes him more upset though.
Shadow Wolf, I'm sorry. Like I got to wrap up this conversation at some point. And I can't bring you up to do another debate. You can come back tomorrow. I stream every single day. Jesus Christ, it's 4 a.m. This conversation is so dumb. Like literally, I can't believe we retread the same ground over and over again. And,
I
like,
don't even get the whole
you
point
retread the
where it's
same
like
ground
my
when you like you
responsibility
want to go
even.
back over a point that you haven't disproven. Like you haven't brought up a good argument against a point, and then you want to go back to that point and go, but what about
No,
that thing? And it's like we
but
already
you're
covered that,
you're
and you
just
haven't
not
brought up
getting
an
it.
argument
You're
against it,
not getting it fully. You're not getting it fully.
huh?
You're not getting it fully. But
I'm getting it
the
fully.
thing,
It's dumb, dude.
yeah, you think so? Yeah, I know. The thing though is, why
I can
should I
hold three
even care?
concepts in my mind at the same time. I can hold what
Yeah,
like a
yeah,
person is biologically, I can hold what they are socially, and then I can hold what they are in the separate social dimension of femininity and masculinity.
yeah. Those last two are just the same thing.
That they're
That's the
not.
issue.
You
Both
don't even
are.
agree they're the same thing.
You
We've already been over
you're
that.
just sorting. You're just sorting like the same axiom into the important things and the lesser important things. That's all that you're doing.
Do you have a schema of what a woman is in your head?
Yeah.
Do you have a
Female.
schema of, no, I'm talking about a social schema.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, you do.
No. You could say
Oh,
I have a
oh, oh, oh,
schema.
oh, hold on. What do you have a social schema of what a man is in your head?
No.
Should a man wear a dress?
Should he? That's like a moral claim. No. Does he
Why?
cease to be a man if he does
Why?
so anyways?
No,
Because I
because you're
think
you're
it's
basing that on biology, but the thing is you think there is something about men that makes it different about them, that makes it so that there is a value judgment on whether or not they should wear a dress. You believe in what gender is. You have a schema of what a man is in your head. You have just proven it.
let's say it
And
like
it's
this.
different from being masculine and feminine.
Let's
You
say it like this.
just
Let's say
proved
it
it.
like this. Let's say it like this. I believe parents should take care of their kids. Does that now mean that if a parent stops taking care of their kids, they're not a parent? No, they're still a
No,
parent.
we've talked about now
There
you
you
have
go.
two different categories. No, you're making my point, dude. They are still
That's the same thing.
biologically a parent, but you also have a schema in your head about socially what the characteristics of a parent are or what they should be. You have a value judgment on those things
Yeah, okay, I have a
socioculturally.
value
You believe
judgment.
gender exists.
That's a value judgment, though. That's not like that's not an identity. That doesn't make you anything. It's just like what you should
Sure,
be
it is. If
doing.
you have a value judgment about what men should do and about which women should do, and you are one of those things, then culturally you are more in line with that one.
It's only a schema of a
Well,
woman.
schemas are hard. I didn't know schemas exist.
Whatever you call it, it's only like definitional to being a woman if you cease to be one, if you quit doing those things.
What?
It's only definitional to being a woman if you're not a woman, if you don't do
No,
those things.
see, now
Yes.
you're just wanting to redefine things because what you're saying is
That's how
what it is to
definition
be a
works.
man is to have the capacity to should do something.
No,
You defined
that's not what
that.
it is to be a man. That's
You-
just what a man should do.
Then why should women not have that same constraint?
That's just a moral claim. That's like an opinion I have. That's it.
Great. So you you understand how a schema exists, how
Like,
it
bro,
works.
listen, I think a chair should be sturdy. That doesn't mean that that if a chair isn't sturdy, it's less of a chair. That's not how it works. It's still as much a chair.
Right,
A
but you have
weak chair is as
expectations of
much a
what this
chair
thing
as-
should be. I get it. I understand. I understand. Do you understand?
It's not what it should. It's like
There is
it
something
is,
about a
but it's
man
not
that makes
like-
it so that they
oh.
should do something.
Yeah,
That's a
but
schema.
That's not what a man
Whoa.
is. That's not the essence of a man, right? That's not the same thing. It's not like a chair.
It
that's
is
not
it is
sturdy.
it is a cultural, it is a socio-cultural aspect of what a man is. That's what you're saying. That is what you're saying. You're upset by
It's-
it, but it is what
listen.
you're saying.
A weak chair should be strong, but it's as much a chair as a strong chair, right? A dumb kid should be smart, but he's as much a kid as the smart kid, right? It's not a definition. It's just like what I think those people should be doing, right?
It's a different
Like,
kind of definition. It
I don't
absolutely
think
is.
that's no a definition.
You're saying a
implies
chair
that-
is a thing that should be
Here.
sturdy.
There we go. What is a definition? A definition is a statement of precise meaning of a word, phrase, or term. It explains what a specific term means using other words. So it's not that it means when I say, for example, chair. It doesn't mean sturdy. It doesn't mean when I say a kid. That doesn't.
You don't
mean against
understand that
trade.
you're saying there is something about a chair in its definition that means that it should be sturdy. It is part of its
No,
definition.
that's
That is
not
what
in the
you're
definition.
saying.
No. A definition is what it means when I say the word chair. When I say the word chair, it doesn't mean sturdy.
I'm not
doesn't mean
saying it
sturdy at
means
all.
sturdy. I'm saying it means
Well, then it's not part of the definition.
No. I'm not saying that it's part of the definition that it is sturdy. I'm saying it's part of the definition that it should be sturdy. That is a
Yeah, well,
claim
what is the
you
definition
made.
about that?
Huh?
It doesn't say anything about the.
Sure,
No,
it does. It says a lot about the cultural aspects of a chair because you have expectations of what it should do. That is part of
definition
its
is
definition to
literally just-
you.
A definition is literally just like a list of the bare minimum things something has to have in order to be that certain thing, right? That's what a definition is.
Okay.
If something is optional, like a trait that can be there or cannot be there, it's already not part of the definition.
Okay.
So
And
like,
in your as you described it, it is part of the definition of a chair that it has the expectation that it be sturdy.
has the expectation. That's not in the chair. That's in me, bro.
Yeah, that's part of the cultural aspects of the chair.
You could say that's part of the definition of me, I guess, that I expect the chair to be a
Whoa,
certain way.
shit. Is it part of your identity? Is that how that works?
Yeah, sure.
You have a schema on what chairs are? Could we possibly have a schema on what men and women
No.
are? Whoa,
I
what the
don't have-
fuck?
no.
Oh, shit.
It's not about what a
Oh,
chair
fuck.
is. It's not about what the chair is. It's about what the chair should be like, right? How ought we make a chair? How should the factory fucking make the chair? That's it. It's just my opinion on the industry of chairs.
Oh,
It's not that
shit.
deep.
So it's inherent to you. And
Yeah,
if that were
not in
if
the chair.
and if it were a description of human beings, you might want to know which of these two groups you're part of. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, but those
Damn,
shoes,
did we just invent gender?
Yeah, but
Oh,
that's,
fuck, dude.
that's inherently linked
My mind
to
is blown
sex.
right now.
That's inherently linked to sex. Like, I have opinions on how
Yeah,
females
it's
should
inherently
be and
linked
how
to
men-
sex.
Yeah, so
Gender
if you
is
disconnect-
inherently linked to sex.
Okay, there you go. Then you can't be a female man or a male female. There you go.
No. It doesn't drive the result. It is linked to it.
Okay, when I say it's linked, I mean you have those expectations about males or about females, right?
No, they have them about men and women.
That's circular. I have them about people that have them. I have expectations because the people have the expectations.
What? No, me having expectations
You
because other
defined-
people have expectations isn't circular.
You define those groups based on having the specific expectations already. So I have an expectation because I have an expectation.
No, I
That
have an
doesn't make sense
expectation
at
because I
all.
live in society and society has taught me expectations. That's not circular.
Yeah, but according to you, society doesn't pick who they have an expectation for. It's
But they
literally
do
just
teach
like-
but they do teach people to have expectations. It is
For-
because we are social
for
members of
sex.
society, we are a part of a social species that we have schema on other groups
Yeah.
of people.
They teach you to have those expectations for sex.
No, they
They
don't.
teach you.
They literally
Yes, they
don't.
do.
Because we don't
They
teach
do.
kids. Well, you see, this one over here, that one has an XY karyotyping, so that's how we know that they're a boy. That is not
No,
what
we
teach
don't.
people.
When we talk about animals, we don't say. So they say like, look, this dog. He has this specific group of chromosomes that makes it a dog. You don't say do that either. You just
Uh-huh,
say dog, and
right.
the kid understands like what you're referring to, right?
Yeah, you're getting it. You're getting it. So we start to point out men, we start to point out women. The kids don't have the biology aspect of this. They definitely have the sociocultural aspect of it. So we develop these ideas of what men and women are before we have any idea about their biology.
Yeah, but why do you think you're saying it about the dog? Do you think you're saying that the dog ought to do A or B because it's a dog, or because it looks like a dog? Do you think when I say a dog ought to listen to the owner, that means that as long as it looks like a dog, it should? Like a guy in a suit now applies that same rule because he looks like one, he fools me into thinking he is one? That's retarded. Like that's literally
No,
crazy.
I'm simply identifying a social group. And people are
You're
belonging
just-
to those social groups.
You're trying to make a point out of separating like perception versus reality. That's what you're trying to do, right?
No,
But
I am
the point
defining
is-
two different things. One is based on
Yeah, one is
biology,
perception,
one is
one is
based on
reality, right?
sociology. What?
Yeah, okay, exactly. Yeah, perception and reality. Yeah, I think it's a dog.
Except
or
identity
it
is
a dog.
reality, dude. And
I
identity is a
wouldn't say
real
that.
thing that a person has. Surprise.
When you
You proved to
when
me
you
just a
say
minute ago that
identity-
you have a schema on what men are. You have that.
No,
You do. You
you're-
proved
you
it.
keep saying, listen, you
You
keep
hate
saying
it
what
so
men
much,
are.
but you did prove it.
You keep saying what men are. It's not about what they are. It's about what they should be, right? It's a moral statement. It's not a
It's not a
statement of
moral
identity.
statement. It's not a value
It
judgment.
is.
No.
Because I think it is. I think it's low value for them to dress like women. That's it. I think that's a
Well,
negative
sure, that's a
thing to
value
do.
statement.
Yeah, okay, that's why they should not dress like women. There you go.
Okay, but like you don't have a rational basis for that. It's just your fifis.
Yeah, you also don't have a rational basis for why I shouldn't fucking nuke the Earth. It's just because your
Yeah,
feelings
I
say you
do.
don't want that. Why?
Because I'm a member of a species that has the capacity to suffer, and I'm aware of the species'
Why don't you
capacity for
want to suffer?
suffering, and I'm aware of what the suffering of other members of my species is like, and so I don't wish to
Yeah,
suffer
why
that, and I
don't you
don't.
want that?
Why don't I want that? Because suffering is inherently bad by its definition.
And that's not a definition. It's literally just you don't like it. That's it. You
No,
don't like how
that's
it
what
feels.
suffering is. That's the definition of suffering. It's a bad thing.
A bad what? A bad?
A bad thing? It's a bad thing to
Bad
experience.
feeling. A bad
Suffering is a
feeling.
bad
Yeah.
experience.
Okay. A bad feeling. In other words. Yeah. You don't like it. That's it.
That
That's the
doesn't
same
make
with
it
me.
not
I
rational.
don't like when men are in dresses. Yeah. Okay, then it's rational because I don't like it. There you go.
But that's not rational.
So it's rational for you to say you don't like being stabbed, but it's not rational for me to say I don't
Hey, do
like
you like
men fucking
suffering?
acting like women. No.
I don't like suffering. Good. We agree on the rationality of making judgments based on suffering.
Yeah, I suffer watching men dress like women.
Not as much as men being denied being, as males being denied being women when they're women.
You know, how do I say this? If you have like 1% of society versus 99% of society,
Mm-hmm.
let's say you were right, yeah, and the
Yeah.
0 point whatever percent of society does feel
Yeah.
worse, they can like suck it, right? Because the rest of society doesn't like
Because your
that, right?
inconvenience doesn't amount to suffering.
It's like this, let's say you had a whole city of people versus one guy. Either the whole city every year has to walk over hot coals, or one guy has to do it 12 times a year, once every month. They're gonna pick the one guy that's gonna do it 12 times every month instead of the whole village that's gonna do it once every year, right?
The fuck? What?
Okay, you have to pick either a single guy has to walk over hot coals every month, or a whole village has to do it once a year together. The whole village is gonna say, fuck that one guy, right?
Sorry, they have to do it how often, and he has to do it how often?
He once a month, they once a year. He has to do it 12 times more often.
Then I think the most rational thing would be for them to do it every year and then him to do it every 12 years.
Nah, you have to pick one of the two.
Permanently.
Yeah, permanently.
Despite how off topic this is, I am intrigued, so I'm going to think this through.
You'll realize how it's on topic. You'll realize. I'll explain to
Well,
you,
what
yeah?
what what happens if they don't?
If they don't what?
If they don't walk across the coals?
No, they can't. They just have to, bro. That's just part of the
Like
scenario.
I would like bolt his limbs to poles and then force him to.
Yeah, whatever, yeah. He'll magically start walking on the coals, whatever.
Now I'm stuck in like Claire Obscure in my head
Yeah, I'll tell you how it relates, yeah?
because Claire
You were
Obscure
saying that
proposes a really interesting
transgender.
moral question.
Yeah, you're saying the one transgender suffers with the gender dysphoria versus the rest of society
I didn't say that
having
because I don't claim that all transgender people have gender dysphoria.
okay, I'm saying a part of society does, yeah? And a bigger part of society doesn't have that big burden, but they have the small burden of dealing with that guy, yeah?
It's a yeah,
M-
it's a
Maybe the
laughable
rest of
burden.
society that doesn't just take that because they're in the majority, right? Just like the guy with the coals.
I mean, if you had
His
one
burden.
guy, it might matter, but problem is that this has been proven to be a consistent thing.
Yeah, yeah. Percentage wise, it's one guy per village of people. Yeah, that's the point.
Well, I think it becomes different when it's a whole demographic of people rather than just one guy.
Once it's one guy per village. Yeah, the choice you're making is like it gets repeated. Yeah, so if you pick the one guy, then it's one guy in Spain with his village and one guy in Japan with his village. Whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
But it's also not a guy at random. It is people and across all these different groups that have something in common with each other.
I don't know why that matters. Sure, sure, bro. They have the curse of the one guy with the coals. Yeah, there you go.
So we're saying that trans people are cursed, and because other people are just inconvenienced, then they should have a higher risk of dying.
Well, it's your decision. What do you pick? The village goes with the coal every year, or the guy goes 12 times a year?
So it's more like people have to smell something that they don't like once a year, or this person has to walk on coals.
I
I
wouldn't say it's. I would say it's more of an inconvenience in this case than that.
It
It's
is
like a
not.
whole societal, like there's a whole political and societal war on this
Oh,
topic.
they just
There's like a
they
whole,
feel really strongly about the smell.
yeah, whatever. There's a
They think
whole
it's profane to God.
political.
The
Yeah,
smell is
yeah, sure.
profane to God.
There's a whole political uprising. People don't agree with it. They don't believe in it,
Damn, it'd be
right?
great if there didn't have to be a whole political uprising.
Yeah, in this case, you're just gonna say like the village should go fuck themselves because I disagree with them, right? But that's not the point, right?
Because their
You're
harm
picking.
is a joke.
Well, you can say that, but it's causing issues in society. Yeah.
Yeah, because a bunch of people are butthurt about nothing.
Yeah, that's
They can grow
your
up.
view.
They can
Doesn't
grow up.
matter what you think. That's not gonna happen.
They
There's an
can grow
issue.
up.
Well, they won't.
So my choices are tell one group y'all can grow up, or tell the other group y'all can die.
No, either
Yeah,
there's gonna be
yeah.
societal. Well, you're gonna say grow up, and they're not gonna grow up, and it's gonna keep going, yeah.
Or they could
Or
just fucking grow up,
the guy can walk on the coals, yeah.
die.
Or they can walk on the coals once a year.
So y'all can
That's a
grow
choice.
up, or they can die.
Yeah, that's a bit a bit extreme.
Accurate? Yeah, it's a bit
It's
accurate,
not
isn't
like
it? You just don't like
it's
that
not
it's
like
accurate. That is accurate.
it's they're killing themselves, bro. It's not like we're
No,
stabbing
they're
them or
not
something.
killing themselves. They're dying from something that is statistically proven to happen to people.
That's like saying when they have depression, they don't kill themselves, they die of depression. That's stupid.
If you can point to a determining factor, then yeah,
Yeah, but they do it with their own hands, man.
you
They
are
make it
killing
as
them. You are killing these people. If you weren't doing it, they wouldn't die. Amazing.
if I tell you to jump off a bridge, and there's like a statistical likelihood that if I tell you to jump off the bridge, you're more likely to do it. Did I push you off the bridge, or did you do it?
If you statistically know that 99% of human beings will jump off a bridge if you tell them to jump off the bridge, then if you tell them to jump off the bridge, yeah, you are culpable for that action.
That's stupid. But it isn't even 99%, bro. That's a bit
I'm not saying it
exaggerated.
is. I am pointing out to you the logic.
What percentage do you think it is that will kill themselves?
Oh, let's not guess. Hmm. Okay, suicidal ideation is 10 to 15%, which is 3.5 to 5 times higher than the normal population.
Oh, so that's not that much, bro. It's not
That's
99%.
huge.
It's like an increase. It's not 99, bro.
I wasn't claiming it was 99.
Okay, what do you think it is? Percentage-wise. Because this is relative to the average, right? The average is
18 to 45% of transgender adults and youth have attempted suicide in their lifetime, which is drastically higher than the 4.6 of the general population.
That's a big window. Why is it so big? 18 to 45.
I don't know. That would have to do with the research
Yeah,
methodology.
that sounds like a shit methodology. If
Let's
it's
just say it's 18%.
Okay. So if
So
18%
it's four
of
times
people,
higher. It's 4 times higher than the
yeah,
general population.
if 18% of people will jump off the bridge if I tell them to, did I push them off the bridge by telling them to jump, or did they do it themselves by jumping off the
I didn't
fucking
say you
bridge?
push them off. I said you would be culpable.
Well, you said in this scenario, like they didn't kill themselves. The disease killed them, is what you said, right? Like,
I said you killed them.
no,
I
with
think you
with
are
the transgender
culpable.
stuff, with the transgender stuff, you said that killed them, not themselves.
Right, and what that is you. You are
So
culpable for
I
killing
killed
these
them.
people. Yeah.
Yeah, but you literally said that the disease killed them. That's what you said.
No, not the disease.
But
They don't have
okay,
a
bro.
disease. They don't have a disease. They
Okay,
don't even have a disorder.
okay, bro.
You are killing these people. You are the disease
You know,
because it's
it does very
inconvenient to
much
you. They
sound.
should die.
Yeah, it does very much sound like you have this atypical thing that causes problems in society. That sounds like a disease, but okay.
Well, then you don't know what diseases are. You just hate science.
Okay, disorder then. Fine, disorder.
Yeah, it's also not a disorder. You just don't like science.
Yeah, this is this emotional mix with like objectivity that you're doing. Like you don't like the
Yeah.
facts because I say it's the facts. That's it.
When I can prove something, I will prove it. There's the fact, and then I can make a value judgment about that, and you can disagree with me on
Okay,
that value judgment, and I
why
can't
is
prove
it
to you that
less of
my
a
value
disorder?
judgment is correct and that yours is incorrect, but I will
Why is
certainly
it
tell you what my value judgment is, and
why
that's
is
that
it less of a
you are
disorder
killing
than
these
depression?
people and you are a disease.
Yeah. Why is it less of a disorder than depression?
Because being transgender on its own does not disrupt a person's life. A person can be perfectly happy being transgender.
But they have statistical likelihoods of offering themselves.
Sure, they do, and that is a comorbidity with being transgender. You don't have
Yeah,
to
not
be
all
that
the
way
depressed
when you
people.
are transgender.
Yeah, not all the depressed people kill themselves.
Okay?
So it doesn't
But
have to cause.
being depressed is itself a disorder. You don't have to kill yourself for it to be a disorder,
Why?
Tim.
Why is it in itself a disorder?
Because depression interferes with your capacity to fulfill your day-to-day duties in a normal way.
Well, what if it doesn't? What if they do just
Then you
fine?
don't have
They do.
depression, dude.
Well, no, they're still very sad and depressed.
That's not what depression is, Tim.
What is it then?
God damn it. Do I have to teach you everything in
Just
science?
being like lazy. Being lazy is depression. You don't do your chores. That's
DSM
depression.
5, depression.
Yeah, it's sad
Major
when you're
depressive
sad, bro. That's what
disorder.
it is. Yeah, very depressed, very sad.
Depression is more than feeling blue. People with depression, can I get the actual definition, please?
Yeah. Okay. Serious mood disorder causing persistent sadness, loss of interest, and affecting how you think, feel, and handle daily activities going beyond illness, sadness, or bad moods.
Oh, fuck!
Yeah. So
Right
what?
again?
Okay.
God damn it!
What do you call
I'm
it
ruining
if
my
they,
brand. I'm ruining my brand. Fuck.
Okay. What do you call it if they do their activities fine? They force themselves to just do their chores, but they feel like shit. They have dopamine receptor issues,
Then it is
because
interfering with
that's
their
what people
ability
do.
to handle their day-to-day activities. If they are
No, they're doing
struggling
fine.
to, no, you're saying they're doing it, but they're struggling to do it. That is still interfering with it.
No, no, they're not struggling to do it. They just feel shit.
Then they don't have depression.
But they have issues with their dopamine receptors.
Not enough for it to be a disorder.
Well, I don't think that's how it works. I don't think
That's
there's
literally
like
how it works, dude. I hate to break it to you.
there,
This is
there's
how
not like
clinical studies work.
there's not like a limit where if your dopamine receptors get fucked to a certain extent that now suddenly you lose self-control. You can just do it anyways. Like you can just do your chores anyways, even though you feel like shit. That's how it works.
Tim, the psychiatrist.
Yeah, you have free will. Your free will doesn't leave your body when you feel like shit. That's,
Tim, the
how it
clinical
works.
researcher. Tim, the scientist. Always a fan of science.
You don't have to be a scientist to know free will exists. That's not. Yeah.
I mean, that free will exists is not itself a scientific concept.
Well, it is real.
No, really, Severus Snape is an unmitigated asshole. He's also a great potion master. Okay, well, we're going to allow these comments, Shadow Wolf. You can be upset about Severus Snape. Can't Tim just read a book?
Yeah, who's saying
It would
What's
save
that
me some
saying?
time.
As
Tim,
a
do you ever get
student?
tired of being wrong?
Yeah, I don't think I was wrong on anything so far.
You've been proven wrong multiple times in this conversation.
On what? What are you on about?
Literally on depression just now.
No, man. Like, there's people that do fine, that have it, and they just go
They
along with
don't
their
have
day.
depression, dude.
No,
You
that's
read the
bullshit, man.
definition. You read it out loud. It has to interfere with your daily capacity to handle day-to-day tasks.
Yeah, that's some stupid AI generated fucking Google search AI.
That's
I don't
DSM,
really care.
homie. That's how it is. It's how it's defined.
No, what I read was some fucking help yourself website, AI result. That's what it was.
Shadow
But
Wolf,
I'm
I hope
pretty
that was a
sure,
good point about me calling out Tim and still respecting his right to his opinions. Yeah,
I'm
you know,
pretty
the crazy
sure-
thing about the left versus the right is the right wants to, like, get down to the value judgments and then enforce them, and I want to get down to value judgments and just say, you can just be a piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do want to enforce your value judgments and stuff.
How am I doing that?
Well, you want certain things in school, right, with kids.
That's
You want
not
them to-
making you do anything.
Yeah, you're making my kids do something.
Actually, I would assume the default in this situation would be to treat all people the same, and that you wanting to exclude certain people from those studies would be the special treatment.
What studies? What are you on about? It's a classroom,
social
bro.
studies, studying different groups of people.
Yeah, I don't want my kids to be a subject of social studies, bro.
Yeah, so you're
I just
being
want
the
them to
weird
go
one.
to school. What do you mean? Is this some weird shit in American schools where they have like mandatory you have to be in studies? Like
Social studies? That is a class about sociology, about history, about geography.
yeah, we don't have that. We don't have that.
Oh, that's disappointing.
We just have history and geography.
You teach no sociology.
No.
Do you teach about do you teach about major religions in the world? Like what exists where, how they spread, how they impacted history?
No.
Why? That's helpful
Yeah,
knowledge.
that's school is like education for your job.
And society.
No, no, not really.
Yeah.
Maybe in America you fucking have like societal programming in school.
Well, that's how we end
I
up
don't
with
want
pieces
that.
of shit as members of society. If you don't teach people not to be pieces of shit, then they're going to end up being pieces of shit.
Do you think there's more
If you're
people
going to
you
have a
dislike in your
pluralistic
country than
society,
mine?
if you aim to have a pluralistic society, you have to teach children the value of a pluralistic society.
Do you think there's more people you dislike in my country than in yours?
I have no idea.
I think not. I think your own country has all the Trump people that you don't like. I think that's the case.
You think I don't like Trump people?
Yeah, of course.
No, I actually am on good relations with some Trump people. Dude, I have a regular Nazi in my chat, and I have a regular ultra nationalist in my chat, and we have much more pleasant conversations than this because it's not banging my fucking head against a wall with you just retreading the same points
I'm
over and
pretty
over again
sure
because
this
you
is
think
like
repeating them makes them better.
I think this is like the ultra leftist everything is a Nazi stuff, right? Like
No,
there's no
dude,
way.
the dude defines himself as a Nazi. The other
Like,
guy defines himself as an ultra nationalist. Another point you're
really,
wrong on,
really.
Tim.
Yeah, I don't know him. I just it seems
Another
a bit,
point you're wrong on,
exaggerated.
Tim. Let's make assumptions about Know Nothing Attorney again.
Yeah, what do you have against assumptions? This is another like American leftist.
I don't have
thing,
anything
that
wrong
it's
with
like
assumptions.
assumptions
You
are
just
like the
you just
devil to
earlier
you.
said that you weren't proven wrong on anything. You just keep
Yeah,
being wrong.
It's not
Being
like we
wrong is
debated
okay.
this.
You just
I'm
gotta
just,
own it, dude. Just own not
it's just
knowing
an
shit.
assumption, bro. It's not that deep.
It's just an assumption.
Yeah, you're here like, oh, I won, oh my god, I won. He made an assumption that's wrong. Oh no, I won.
You're missing the
oh
point.
my
That's
god.
not the
Like,
point I was
chill.
making.
What was the point then? Like,
The point I was making is I was asking if you are ever okay with being wrong, and then you said that you have never been wrong this entire time, and I just pointed
Yeah.
out that you were just wrong again.
yeah, it's not
It's
like we
okay to be
debated
wrong.
anything.
Just
It's
fucking
an
own
assumption.
being wrong.
Yeah, that's what you're saying though. I think you're wrong. It's not like you're gonna now own being wrong because
Yeah, but
I
you
tell you
can't
that you're wrong.
demonstrate shit, dude. You haven't
Yeah, you can't
demonstrated shit this
demonstrate
entire
shit
time.
either.
Yeah, I can. That's why you keep retreading the same points, and you
When I
haven't
try
been
to
able to
explain it
demonstrate
to you, you
anything.
just like drool and move on. That's it.
I drool and move on. Is that what
Yeah.
other people will see when they review this video? Is me
I mean, I'm
address
gonna
every
guess
point
that
you
the
bring
people
up,
that
and then you
watch
just
your
go back and
video
say it again?
I think the people that watch your content are probably more on board with you than some random guy that joined your your fucking Discord.
Man, some of my first regulars, one was a self-defined Nazi, and another was an ultranationalist. I don't know if they would agree with you.
I don't know how serious to take that. I don't know.
Well, hey,
Like,
Maddie, Maddie's not here. Maddie went to bed. Maddie's not torturing herself.
Like he's an Aryan supremacist anti-Semite. That's what he is.
That's what the Nazi said.
He said it himself. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Specifically that, or are you just making that up? Like,
He didn't say the thing about Aryans.
okay.
Well, no, he may
Ask
have.
him,
He may have
ask
said
him.
that. I think he has
Ask
said
him
that.
one day. Holy shit, bro.
All right, dude. Any last words? I gotta fucking wrap this up.
Yeah. Okay, can you tell me yet how behaviors of a woman are different from femininity yet?
How behaviors of a woman?
Yeah.
Yeah, but belonging to a class of women.
Yeah, it's not a real thing though. It's a word. The class only exists.
Sorry,
because
you
you're
already
using the word.
demonstrated that you know what a schema is and that you have one. Sorry.
Yeah, so that isn't like a definition. That's just like an opinion on like how things ought
Well,
to be.
see,
Me saying a table should be strong isn't the same thing as being strong makes you a table. That's
that's
a
not what I'm
reach.
saying.
You literally are. You're saying that with the transgender stuff, that being feminine makes you a woman. That's what you're saying. That it's the same thing as
Nope.
saying because my schema says that the table should be strong. That means that if I become strong, I can become a table. It's the same thing
Nope.
with the woman. I
Wow,
say a
you are
woman should
really
wear a
like
dress.
conceptually illiterate, huh?
That's literally you agreed on it. You
Man,
literally agreed that
You like
femininity.
literally cannot strongman my
You
position.
already agreed on
You
it.
can't steel
You
man
lit-
my position?
Yeah, can you
Damn.
just let me speak for 5 seconds and you'll see how you're wrong? Yeah.
Yeah, go
So
for it.
you
You can try
already
one more time.
agreed- Bro, if people are watching, just go back, man. You can see that I talked to this guy about like the femininity stuff, and he said, yes, yes, Tim. Basically, the only difference between the gender stuff and femininity is that the gender stuff is like heavy core things that you care about, that you think really make you a woman, in comparison to the femininity that's just like minor, unimportant bullshit. That's all you said. It's still femininity.
No,
Just
you're
like
missing the last important part
I
of
care
that.
a lot about this. Yeah, you didn't say anything else, really.
No, I did.
Okay, say it then.
Uh, you're missing the part where the
Oh,
things that
let
you
me
can.
guess. Let me guess. It's a social category. That's what you're gonna say.
Yeah, you missed you. So you do know it.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
do know it. You're just
That
approaching it
social
dishonestly every
category isn't
time.
independent from this. This is like the social category is like calling you a word based on this shit that makes the category. You understand? The
Except
social
that's not
category of chair
true.
isn't separate
You
from like
already
what makes
proved that
something a
that's
chair.
not true. You proved it yourself.
What do you mean?
Oh, let's see if I need to go back to the category, the example of the men wearing dresses.
Yeah, the
Um,
man wearing a dress is still a man.
right, but a
He
man
doesn't
is a
go in the
person who should
social
not wear a
category.
dress.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a cultural aspect. That's part of your
Okay,
schema on what a
a
man is.
person. People shouldn't die. Does it now mean that uh, a corpse isn't a person? Like what the fuck?
What?
Dead people don't exist because people should live. Like that's what
Dude,
you're
you keep
saying.
jumping to like the conclusion of the thing. I'm not saying anything about the man wearing a dress.
You're
I'm
saying
talking
its
about the
definition.
man, whether or not the man should wear a dress. That's what you're categorizing.
Yeah, but you're implying that that means that's what makes him a man.
All right, fuck this. I can't do this shit anymore. All right, so that was Tim. I gotta go to fucking bed because that was exhausting. Whew. Tiring. Tim, you're welcome to complain in chat. That's fine. It was just, ugh. I can't go in another fucking loop again trying to explain the same thing and then you acting like you didn't catch the difference and then you coming back around to saying that they are the same thing except for the thing that you would claim to be the difference, Austin. Yeah, so you do understand what the difference is. I'm tired of that shit. It's old. Whew. Okay. Man, sometimes beating your head against a wall. I have so much more patience for this shit than I see most debaters have. Like they beat their head against a wall within 15 minutes, and I've done this shit for so fucking long. The difference is not fake. It being in your mind doesn't make it fake. There are things in your mind that exist. Well, hello everybody else that I haven't had much of an opportunity to talk to this evening. Shadow Wolf, glad to see you're here. Zelwood, glad to see you're here. Billy Blee, always good to see you. Search for IQ, I can't believe you're still here. You've been here since the fucking beginning, and thank you for being here. Whew. Airy is the Tim guy, and I'm wondering if you know that's saying that. But I appreciate you newbies being here. Is there anything that I can say to you? Anything I can tell you about myself before I leave? Anything that I can be proud of with you because I want to celebrate you? I'm always happy to be proud of you for something that you're proud of if no one has asked you if there's something that you can be proud of. Yeah, Shadow Wolf, I tend to hold on to the joke that I am irritatingly patient, and that I may need to change that for the sake of my debates. If I get more people up to debate, then I will need to like shut people down. I said that I was gonna shut this down like 2 hours ago. I can't believe how long I fucking went with that shit. If you won't stand up to big tobacco on a daily basis, I got to say you're the worst group of people in the world. What the fuck? What's happening? Ugh. Against homosexuality. See, what a cool person. Just a major piece of shit. You are not inconvenienced by homosexuality at all. Not at all. So you're just pro-human suffering. Man. Nobody's got anything I can be proud of them for? I mean, give it like a count of 10, not out loud, because that'd be obnoxious. Ew. I'll tell you, Ari, there is some inconvenience or some suffering to that. For sure. Anyway, I didn't need to read that. Okay. Hey! All right, congratulations, Shadow Wolf. That's a big deal for somebody to have that trust in you. That's a big deal. I'm proud of you for that. I am proud of you for that. That says a lot about your character. People should feel safe coming out to you for that. And I hope that I am that to somebody else. If they ever felt that they had to share something difficult like that with me, that I hope they felt that they could. Hey, Ari, just to point out to you what non-piece of shit people are like, is they don't only care about their own suffering. I know this may come as a surprise to you. Suffering can be distasteful on a broad level. Okay, I'm going to do my sign off and get some amount of sleep. I don't know what the fuck. I can't believe I did this. Well, thing is, that's the way consent works. Animals can't consent. Anyway. Ew, please stop. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to do my sign off. I'm Know Nothing Attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything. This is a philosophy that Ari should embrace, that Tim should embrace. He should accept that it's okay to not know some things, to actually educate himself and broaden his mind as a person. Because being this level of stupid is not working out. And then, as always, I'm proud of you. I don't need to know you personally for that to be real. You deserve to hear it, and it's true. Because life is hard. It's always been hard, and it always will be hard. And the way that you face every single day the way you do is remarkable. So stay remarkable. I'm glad you guys were here tonight, and I'll see you tomorrow night too. Good night.